Why does it do this? Why does it unselect my microphone from the source? Happy Thursday, everyone. What a wild Thursday it's been, may I just say. People are going to jail. Zoe is getting in chat jail, which is not an equivalent in any capacity. Um, what is happening today? What is happening? I have no clue. Hi everyone. I didn't think so many people would be here in the first like 4 hours of the stream because I haven't been streaming a lot. Hi, babies. So, Zoe, do you want to say something to Nono? I don't care, by the way. It's just because no, it's just so. What happened, chat, was I didn't do anything to my settings. And apparently Zoe underscore B24, who is new to this chat, drops in my Discord DMs for the first time ever. Is like, excuse me, I can't speak in your chat. This is not English. Um, which is weird because an email verification has always been required in my stream settings. So why did it block you? Why did it block? It's always been a thing. I'm sorry. Why wouldn't you have your email verified? This goes for Zoe, this goes for anyone. If you don't have your email verified, I will just deduce that you are a bot. Twitch doesn't want me to flirt with you, but you can flirt now. You're free. You're free. Cuppy, congrats on getting third. Zoe, congrats on getting second, my love. And Dante, you're a camper. I've been seeing you for half an hour in my chat. I'm just laughing my ass off. Congrats on getting first. And this means that Nono lost the game. For the first time in like, what, 3 streams? Next time, next time, next time. No, next time. Hola, Dolce ni mi novia. How are you? Oh my god. Hurdy? Hurdy? Who the fuck is Hurdy? Who do you think is Hurdy?
I'm going to flirt with you forever and a day here.
Thank you so much for the 13 months, Zoe. Thank you so much. With the 13 months with a 12-month streak. Thank you. I'm going to flirt with you forever and a day. Forever and a day. What does that mean? No, not me. What did you do? Yeah, you camped. You were camping, Dante. You were camping. Also, are you joining me by any chance? For Infinity and Beyond. Oh my god. So, you know how Disney is working on Toy Story 5? Is it Toy Story 5? What's his name? Did anyone else see that what's his name? The cowboy. Please remind me of the name. He's balding. I'm balding too, but he's balding. Woody is balding. I saw it on Twitter, but I don't have Twitter on this browser. Woody is balding on Toy Story 5. How does that happen? Bald Woody. Yes. Let me Google it. How's everyone's week's been? Zoe, how's your week? Cuppy, how are you? Also, who the fuck is Hurdy? Her name is Hetty. You don't even know your daughter's name. I'm not marrying you anymore. Is it bad that I've never seen a Toy Story before? This coming from someone whom we had to force to watch Camp Rock and Twilight, I'm not surprised. I wish I could tell you that I wish I could be like, you're terrible! This is shocking! I'm not shocked anymore. Chat, we had to force Dante to watch Twilight and Camp Rock because he had never watched Camp Rock or Twilight. And then the meme of what was the meme? Where we inverted the words? What was it called? The last two. You have seen Eclipse. Oh, the last two is Breaking Dawn. Dante! Get on with it, man! They're making a reboot of Twilight. You have to watch the OGs before the reboot comes out. Bald Woody Toy Story. Yeah, he's balding. Hold up. Do not look at my phone battery, please. He's balding. Do you see that? He's balding. Ramp cock and Jake known as. Have I ever shown it on stream? Yeah, and then the meme of Ramp Cock and Jake Nonas was born. What a day. My week's been pretty good, to be honest. I cried on Tuesday over mac and cheese. I had a meltdown last night because the plastic drawers I bought for Squish's cupboard didn't fit. And now I'm going to treat myself to some banana milkshake and cake with strawberries. And my love, don't you deserve that treat? Call in sick tomorrow if you must. When are you going on maternity leave? I'm sorry you had to... Be easy on yourself. Be easy on yourself. The small things during... You know, for like, even for after the pregnancy, no scaries, but you know, you have to go easy on yourself because small things can get to you. Oh, I've finalized my mat leave now. So wait, you finalized your maternity leave? What does that mean? No, please. What are you saying no, please to? No, please, I'm not going to join you. Also, I'm cramping. So here's a funny story. So you know that really small game that I play called, like that really indie small game. Oh my god, I'm cramping. Called Love in Deep Space. Yeah, that one. Not a lot of people know that game. So you know how we can also track your period? Yeah. So Caleb tracks my period. And I log in this morning to do my dailies and say hi to my boyfriend. Caleb from Love in Deep Space. And he's like, oh, your period should be right on time. Caleb does what? Hold up. Let me finish the story. He says to me, my boyfriend Caleb from Love in Deep Space says to me, your period should be right on time. And then he gives you an option to say yes or no. As in, is your period or is your period on today? Hi, Hashi. Don't worry. Go enjoy dinner, darling. I'm just telling the story about how Caleb from Love in Deep Space tracks my period. No biggie. So I say no because my period was not happening, and then I start cramping after lunchtime. Mind you, I was the craziest story that I would. Okay, I need to recap on that story. I need Akane. Hi, darling. Hi, darling. I was lurking in your stream earlier. I couldn't say hi because I was working. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi, raiders. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining, Akane, and thank you so much for joining as we will be streaming, Overwatch very soon. But just in case you want to get to know me, I was just telling the story about how my fictional boyfriend called Caleb from this mobile game called Love in Deep Space tracks my period. And this morning, he asks me, has your period arrived? And I was like, no, my period did not arrive this morning. But hold up! Because my period arrived at lunchtime. Mind you, my period technically is only due tomorrow. So I do not know what's up with these games that are tracking my period. But Caleb from Love in Deep Space was right. Bro, the minute we arrived, we're discussing about periods. And let me show you who guessed my period was going to arrive today. I'll show you in a minute. How is Overwatch? Hi, Ria. I mean, it's just, if you wanted to see the vibes, this is what it is. This is literally what it is. Hi, my name is Dolce, or Frankie, or Milky's, or I don't know, whatever you want to call me, really. We play a lot of Overwatch here. I love being on Akane's streams. I find her very lovely, and I want to thank her for choosing me to raid. Thank you so much, my love. This is Caleb. Raiders in chat. This is Caleb. He guessed that my period would be arriving today. And now I'm going to tell him that my period arrived today. And you got... Basically, if you become an integral part of this stream, you will know my cycle eventually. Is it an AI? No, it's not an AI. There you go. I vlogged my period. Now he's going to say a very sweet message about how to take care of myself and whatnot. I kind of in Raiders, if you need to raid and run, by all means. But core, no, it's not. It's not. A lot of people think it's an AI, but it's not. It's just, it kind of looks like it because of the graphics, but they have pre-recorded lines, and you've got like memory cards that you can read and then watch, and it's all, there's no AI involved so far. Please, no AI in this. How people give their eyes a break, grabs a drink, and exactly, if you hot girlies raid and run, I kind of, so if you need to go and de-stress, Raiders the same thing, by all means, my loves. But we will be playing some comp, and I mean, I have to warm up, so I don't know. Hi, Rick how are you? Let me go through what I kind of said. It was fun today. I tried new characters. I saw they were playing DPS a lot. Chartros, which was fun. Did you have, so was it a successful thing? Was it, I mean, everything that you do is successful, let's be honest. I play Genji, bro. I saw that. I was watching that. And then who did you play? You played Sombra. I saw you playing Sombra. I was stressed as fuck. I can't play Genji. Even if my life depended on it. I cannot play Genji. Also, don't ask about the pinned. I just realized the pinned comment. You can ask the questions, but I don't know what I could answer. I could possibly answer about that pin comment. Zoe, can you do something about that pin? What the fuck was that pin message? Okay, so I was also telling Astro 1000. Well, Astro 1000. What were we talking about, Dante? What hadn't you watched? You were saying you hadn't watched something. Normal pin comment to me. I mean, yeah. From all the things that you were saying yesterday, that's the pin comment is quite normal. Sorry, I did not mean to put you on the spot like that, Ria. Zoe is amazing. Frankie's words, exactly. I did say that multiple times. Oh, yes. So just in case you hadn't seen, I started telling the story about the new Toy Story 5, and Woody is balding. So Woody is balding, and then Dante says, is it bad that I've never watched a Toy Story movie? I've known this man for 6 years, 7 years, something like that. So I'm not shocked because, and I said so, we had to force him to watch Twilight and Camp Rock. And because we forced him to watch Camp Rock, that pinned comment, well, not the Zoe is amazing, the other one. Hi, Queenie. Oh my god, I didn't say hi. I'm so sorry. Good morning, my love. One pump for Woody balding. That's crazy from someone who has never watched Toy Story. Coming from someone who has never watched it. So yeah, Jake known as Nick Jonas, and then we swapped also the word from Camp Rock to cock ramp. And we made a t-shirt. We also made a t-shirt, but I don't remember where it is. Come on, Dolce, that was the past. I'm a different man now. That was 24 hours ago. And who said we wanted you to change? Who said that? Who said that we wanted you to change? Who? This is a safe space, my guy. I think personally, okay, Rio. I think personally, chat, don't ask why I'm saying this to Rio. But Rio, I think you would really appreciate that time when my mod, you know, Kond, wanted me to read. We started talking about pissing kinks. And then he sends me a paragraph from Reddit to explain what a pissing kink entails of, and I refused to read it. So I said 5 or 10 subs and I'll read it, and 5 or 10 subs he donated, and then I had to read the thing, and it was very traumatizing. So much so that I avoided going to the toilet for like 3 weeks straight because I was very traumatized. Conde has a pissing kink. Yep, you heard it right here. That's what I said. Hi, Ajika, my lovely. Thank you so much for being here and thank you for the lurk. I hope you're okay. Also, my chat log will have my maternity leave updates for you. I'm so sorry. Cock. Yes, cock. No, you seem very excited about cock. Where is it? I'm using annual leave before... Wait. Officially, I go maternity leave on the 11th of May. Oh my. You're extending that. I'm using annual leave beforehand, so I'll be off work from April 27th. I know that's right. Wait, welcome into the daily topics conversation. We'll be ready for changes in subjects from Elmo Wicked, K-pop Demon Hunters. You know me so well. Oh, Zoe. I wish all of my mods were as dedicated as you are. Some of them haven't even watched fucking Twilight. I don't know what to tell you. Girl, I found out the jetpack cat name is Ifika. See, it took me a long time to figure that one out. I kept seeing the name Ifika everywhere, and I was like, who the fuck is Ifika? Have you been enjoying her, playing her? I'll go back to work on 15th February. Jesus, that's a... So you're only doing around half a year. Is that the norm? Genuinely curious, because I don't know. I'm not a mother. Maybe one day I'll be a mother. I'm already a mother to you all. I'm mother. Cough, cough, cough. Okay, Con is late, everyone. I don't even know if he'll be joining us. And if he doesn't join, do you know what I'll do? I'll do my placements on Tank. I might go crazy. Who knows? Get good mods. Dante, go watch Twilight. Go finish Twilight, Dante. Go finish Twilight. Like, what the helly? OMGS, so you want to see me suffer? Is that what you want? Tank games are fun. Tank games give me anxiety. Of course, Akane, thank you so much once again for bringing your lovely community here, for entrusting them with my cock jokes and my pissing jokes and, you know, everything in the middle. Pun intended, I guess. Thank you. So go and enjoy your dinner, my love. Let us know what you're having and have a lovely night if I don't see you in the... You know what I mean. Tu sabes o que é que eu quero dizer. Vai te divertir, mulher. Blame chat for the weird talk. And who do you think incentivizes them to do that? Who do you think incentivizes them to do that? It's me. Chad, I've been grinding a lot. Because I haven't been going to the gym because of my fucking hip. But that's not the news. The news is I bought... Well, I'm officially higher than I was in the last battle pass. I bought the new Kiriko skin. From the Hello Kitty. Look at her! Look at her! She has a little cinema... She has like a little swirl on her hair because, you know, she's... cinema roll, and it's a little... Oh my god, I'm so in love. I'm so in love. I've been playing a lot of Kiriko. Like, if you check... Look at this. Kiriko. Wait. How can I see... Juno was my top 3. Kiriko is my top 3 now, I think. I think Juno... Yeah, I think Juno was my... She surpassed her. I loved Fika's voice lines, just meow, 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 meow. And do you know what's so funny to me? Her voice actor is a huge actor in the industry. And it's the fact that Blizzard hired her. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think it's quite iconic. Get your bag, girl. They hired her to go in the studio and record meows. And I think that's so iconic. What was I saying? Recti, your horny is so low. Yeah, that is... In comparison, Recti, you're flopping. Recti. Also, I don't know. Kond kind of was indicating that he didn't like this skin and didn't think it was worth it. But, do you know what sold it to me? You know what sold it to me, Chad? It was this highlight intro. Do I ever get MVPs? No. I don't, but it doesn't matter because when the game ends, you also see it. You see it for yourself. And he's just so, look at that. This skin is so pretty. Oh, and then I need to show you, Chad, when you climb on walls with Kiriko, and when she, like, you can hear her, what's it called? Her shoes, because her shoes are squishy, so you can hear the shoes. Yeah, where did you bring up Domina? I need Domina permanently. I need more. I need more. I was reading Nono's message. I need Domina to get permanently banned of comp. I can't deal with this anymore. She's not as bad as Vendetta. And yeah, no, I was reading your message. Yeah, Moira does look. I'm very happy with this Moira skin. I'm very happy. But the thing is, I'm slowly becoming a Kiriko main. I feel like I flop a lot with Moira, which is hilarious because my Kiriko is bronze SR. I like to think I'm quite a good Kiriko. And my SR is quite low. Damn, 27 loot boxes. That is because, also for those that don't know, all composition rewards have been delivered to eligible players. So if you were playing around for the last week and a half. Ai, não. Queres ver. Queres é ficar. Tu gostas de estar com. Tu gostas de estar no meio da estrada. Tu gostas de estar no meio da estrada para os carros passarem e tu seres atropelada. É o que tu gostas. A Zoe vem lá de carro e atropela-te. Gosto. Actually, English only. Actually, I do say in my rules that a little bit of Portuguese and Spanish is allowed. But it's the bare minimum possible. Like, no... I break the rules, but I'm the streamer. In English, that means no. I was responding to Dolce. That's not fair. I know, no. I'm so sorry, baby. It's kind of funny to see Zoe in action, though. But so, exactly, no. You are always welcome here, my love. We need someone to disrupt. The... Hi, Josh! No rule breaking. About that. What if I'm the main rule breaker? Because I was just speaking a whole ass sentence in Portuguese. How are you, Josh? How's the new job? How head chef? How is it? I'm so ready. I'll go cut the lettuce. That's all I can do. I can't cook. Just bed breaking. Wow. What was I saying? I don't remember. I was complaining about my Kiriko SR. Bronze. That's ridiculous. So we're changing that. Dante. I'm trying my luck, chat. I haven't played with my best friend in ages. I'm trying my luck here. I don't know what else to do. Also, yes, I was talking about the loot box. Ajika, and for those that were playing for 2 weeks, the, what's it called? The conquest, rewards were disabled due to some issues. They weren't working properly, so they disabled. And the 27 loot boxes is me with drops. And then the loot boxes that they gave to eligible players. It's like my old job, but more money. And that's on par, really. I went to the dentist today and had a full teeth clean, and my lower teeth feel weird. But that will only be for like less than a week. If not tomorrow, probably tomorrow will be feeling better. Also, that's a huge slay. Well done on going to the dentist. And we were looking at Domina. Where were we looking at Domina? Is that what you want? No, Condito. He's having, or had, his first flight of the year, because you know he's a flight attendant, and I did tell him call in sick, and he told me I can't call in sick on the first flight of the year. And I told him, why not? Who's stopping you? And he said a really weird word that is known in the flight industry, the flight attendant sphere. I don't remember the word. He said this flight is XYZ, and I'm like, huh? That was just him justifying as why he couldn't call in sick. That was it. So no Condito, maybe Condito. I don't know. Chill Queefs. Hello. Hello, Chill Queef.
Hello there.
Oh my god! You were coming through my speakers.
Oh.
Can you guys hear Dante? Basically, he's cheating on us. Okay, guys, how else is he supposed to afford the donations that I force him to donate, like the subs I force him to gift, when he wants me to read out loud a paragraph about pissing kinks? How else is he supposed to afford that? Also, I didn't force him to do anything. I just want to state that. It didn't hurt, but the water in suction made me feel like I was being waterboarded. I don't, was this like your first in a while? To be honest with you, Chad, I was only ever able to afford going to the dentist, like with my own money, like 3 years ago. And I dropped 400 quid in that shit. Having my teeth cleaned was worse than having my, I had a, what's it called? Dante, help me here. What did I have done at the dentist? I had a cavity filled. That thing was terrible. But having my teeth cleaned was awful. Mind you, for you to get your teeth cleaned, you need to get an appointment. That's 50 fucking quid on its own. And then to get your teeth, just an appointment to see if everything is right. And then on top of that, to get your teeth cleaned, another 75 quid. The dentist filled your hole. And do you know what? He was Portuguese. I don't know why that's relevant. He just needs to get good. So Conde needs to get good. So this time he was the one abandoning us. I'm going to pin that. Mods, please do not change the pins until Conde is back. And when Conde is here, we let him know that is about him. Is that okay? Also, Dante, how are you, Bessie? He's awfully
hello.
quiet.
I'm good. I'm here. Actually, how do I sound?
Oh, far. What are you doing?
Sorry, I was far, actually. I was on the side of the room. Hopefully I'm not deafening anyone's ears anymore.
Can you speak? I had to lower you a little bit for me.
Okay. Me. Okay.
Yeah, you were really high in my ear. Chad, how is it? Speak, please.
Hi. Maybe turn Dante up a bit.
I don't want to turn.
Is the music too loud?
No. It's quite low, actually.
I mean, not for you. You have a different sound.
No, I'm looking at the Spotify levels right now. They're quite low. Zoe says it's perfect. I was playing yesterday. I saw you complaining on Pookies. Well, you weren't complaining, but you know, I've fallen into the habit of thinking that when everyone is talking about Overwatch, they're immediately complaining, even if it doesn't sound like they're complaining. Because all I do when I talk about Overwatch is I complain. And here I am.
So now we're going to be super happy and excited about everything. And we're going to be so excited when Doomfist kills our backline, right?
I am going to fucking want to kill myself.
We're like, yes, they're having a good day. Yeah, maybe not.
Chad, the games Con and I had yesterday, we had 2 really good games. And everything was just a mess. We had a Pharah that was purposefully feeding. mind you, a really easy character to play. I'm saying this, I can't play Pharah. But that's okay because I'm not a DPS player.
They were just practicing dying so they know what not to do. See? Positive perspective. There you go.
That they are awfully optimistic.
Yeah, that's it. I've changed my ways. I'm positive. It's positive Thursdays. Something
I
like that. I
missed
don't
you.
know.
I missed you. Are you off today?
Nope. I'm knackered, actually.
Oh my god. And you want to play Overwatch?
And I want to play Overwatch.
Game on!
Woo!
So, don't take it personally
You got
when
like
Oh
a
my god, I
yellow
had
Bumblebee
such a
skin.
good game with D.Va the other day.
Really?
I deleted it though, so it never
Oh.
happened actually. Oh,
Oh,
and
okay.
one of the supports was called Satine, you know, from Moulin Rouge. And
Yeah.
I was just like, oh my god, Moulin Rouge mentioned.
Happen again.
And she said,
I'll
you're
be there."
actually the first person to realize that that is my reference. And we became friends. And then I dropped like nearly 30 Elums.
Damn.
I know. How long will
How
this
long
last?
will this last? Is that the being positive?
Yep.
Oh, crap. Wait. They have a Mauga.
Oh,
I hate
Mauga!
everything.
Where are my supports?
Alright. I'm flanking. I'm flanking. My diva?
Whoa,
What the
whoa,
flip?
Whoa!
Mauga's OP, honestly. Oh no. Come on, baby diva. You got
I was
this.
trying to
Just
heal.
hide. Don't come in this room! He's trying to kill us!
Well, I'm dead.
Right. Well, this is why we ban Mauga. In quick play. Right. It's okay.
Hello. Who counters him?
Anna does.
Wow, thanks.
I'm not giving up. Hiya!
Come on. Let me get that widow.
Go for the widow.
Where are my healers?
Don't worry, we got the Zen. And now they don't have a healer.
Hi,
I kinda didn't heal you.
Panda Dolce. Panda Dolce? Panda. I do love a Panda
Am I
Dolce.
getting stream sniped?
Am I getting stream sniped?
안녕.
You good there?
Oh, look at that. Let's go for Malga. He's on his own. Yeah, he better run. Ooh, and Reaper.
Love Diva.
Diva.
Look, I
Thank
got
you
the
for
cute
the
cat
lurk,
spray.
Dreamers. I hope you're doing okay. Thank you for the shouty for Diva. Yes, Dreamers, they are Diva.
Payload mobilized. Let's get this win.
Ow.
Heads up.
Are you kidding me? He was so low.
Darn.
He's low, he's low, he's low. Good job. That was me yesterday wondering. Yeah, exactly. I was nowhere to be seen. That's my thing. I love Diva. I hope D is proud of me.
안녕.
D, did you say?
Yeah.
Oh, Wuyang does so much damage.
This.
Oh, you should have made me grab it.
Oh shit, I forgot about that.
Yeah. Okay, next time.
Who counters him? Does Orisa counter him?
Um,
Ah, fuck it. She's the only one. Right?
no, try Rita.
The team must reassemble.
We have an Anna.
Greetings. payload will not move unless we move it.
Alright, where's our team?
Thank you.
I can't even drag them off the map.
Can you put me here, please?
You can jump up here.
Oh. No, I can't. I'm fat.
Oh! 4, 4, 4, oh my God.
Help! I can't!
Okay.
Where are my
I
heals?
brought this in.
Oh! That's fine.
Oh my God. Is this fine? Oh my God, the
Oh my
Malga!
god!
Wow.
30 seconds.
The power of friendship, right guys?
Mobilizing with the payload has reached the check experience.
Drakey, thank you for your banana collector.
Warning.
Has he used Blossom?
Pushing forward.
You know that I do it. You know that I do it. You know my weakness is you.
Go! Oh my God, we frag!
Enemy located. Alert. Systems impaired.
Oh my God, I'd love to bait them over here and then I'll get them off the map.
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh my God, I'm doing it!
Your
It
sacrifice
worked.
wouldn't have been in vain.
Advancing. Supercharged and on fire. I beg your forgiveness. Healing you.
Bye,
Watch here.
Queen.
You are under my protection. Impossible.
Frank is locked in right now.
Ah!
Systems impaired.
You go work? Okay, Queenie, you got this. Thank you for being here.
Pass into the iris.
What happened?
Oh, so much badness.
Ah,
Not to alarm you, but I'm very much dead.
that's okay. We got 3 minutes. Not the bulldog user.
I will never rest.
You really hit me with my
Immovable.
body
We
talk.
cannot give up on the payload.
I use all of my util. I'm so useless. I'm scared. I could have used my ult with that. No.
Oh yeah. Oh, we need to. I keep forgetting about the combo. Wait, I'm gonna just kill you, aren't I? Let me just plop you up here. See how this goes.
I have these with this guy. Oh! 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 He giving me all I want. How much do you care about your comp placements?
I don't care.
Is not yet finished.
Would I be okay to do my tank placements until Con gets here?
Yeah.
Flag.
Oh my God, I just got him to ult off the map because he was gonna die. Lol.
Reunite on the payload. Systems
Where are my heals?
Oh yeah, I'm a healer. That's right, guys. Oh, the Reaper.
Oh my
That
god.
is a lot of damage.
Ouchies.
No. Thank God.
threats detected.
Behind.
Systems impaired. Double.
I'm scared. Don't scorch the sky.
Nice.
GG's.
Let's go. GG.
Go enjoy your GPG, I guess. Don't enjoy your GPG, actually. Just go GPG. Why did I say enjoy your GPG? Enjoy your snack, though. Why am I making it weird? Weird. Why am I making it weird? I don't
Go
know.
snack girl.
Go
GSG.
snack.
GSG.
Have you done your placements, Dante? High life, baby. I'm a rock
Oh, I
star.
couldn't check.
Select a map.
Should I try Junker Queen? She's
Do it.
terrible on this map, though. I'm gonna fall on them. I'm gonna fall in the hole.
Nah, you're gonna hook them into the hole. Oh. Someone stole the cat. This is good. Because I wanted to go.
How is that good?
Juno. Because Juno works with Junker Queen.
I don't know how to play her. She's so hot, though.
You shoot. You press shift when you get low and shout. And then you look at my skin.
Oh my god! No way! Look at me, look at me. We need good light. We need come here.
We need good light. We need good light.
Come
Is it here?
come here.
Here?
Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, stay. Come here on this side, on this side. Dance.
How do I look?
Dance. Please.
Oh, I don't have dance.
How do you not have dance?
3.
I don't know.
Meow, meow, meow.
Round 1. Capture the objective.
Oh, I love that skin. Hi, Tia. Oh my god, Tia, you missed my intro screen. That's okay, but I need to show you my intro screen. How are you doing, Cookie? Oh.
No.
Oh my god, that went so well.
It's okay.
My
Junker Queen.
my screen is mirrored.
Work.
Please show in a minute.
Send them packing.
Been super busy. How's work? Is it because of work? Oh, because you're having training?
Heal me. Oh, pick up your feet, you drunkers.
Death waits for.
Where's my knife?
Oh, what you want to do a lot when you're close to them is melee them with the knife. Because you get healing.
Oh.
Because it puts bleed on them. Whenever you put bleed on them, you like heal up. Oh no, the soldier's hacking, clearly.
No, pin!
The soldier's hacking. I died.
Queen should be here to witness this. Ow. Fucking log thrower. That's who he is.
Like hell you will.
Yeah, work is in RL plans, but yeah, that's good. Everyone going to the gym as well, my love?
Got us outnumbered. Keep that in mind.
What? I was born to rule. Your queen says.
Coming at you.
So when you said Juno is really good with Junker Queen.
Lucio's also good because of the speed. They both have speed. They're not the same person.
She's
Basically.
so hard to use.
Witness the flame of my soul. There's fire.
Oh, the Zen had to hold. No.
Her kid is so confusing. Help!
Pick up your feet, thanks.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
No, I just booped him into you. I'm so sorry.
There'll be
Ah,
consequences for that.
right, we got this.
Like that.
What am I witnessing? Instead of witnessing this, you should be looking at the pinned comment. Oh, what am I doing? That pinned comment is about you? Oh my god, he's so sexy. I had work, so you know it's about you. So you know it's about you. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. What you're witnessing is you abandoning
Wow.
us and me going. This is me going crazy. This is me going crazy. This is my son abandoning me at the care house. Never visited me ever again.
At the
And I'm at the
care
ca- and I'm at the care house
No.
playing Overwatch on my mini laptop. Like a granny. Pay my bills and I
Damn.
will be available to play Overwatch. Oh, you become a streamer. You seem to have all the time in the world. How are you, Condito?
No, but you won't catch me with one of those pulse rifles either.
4, 3, 2,
Is Eva good against Ryan?
round 2. Capture
Ow,
the
my head.
No. Jungle Queen time.
You know that I do that.
No, he was smart for the long thrower.
The objective is now
Keep your eyes here.
That's your sunset.
G'day. Nearly had ya, didn't
Nice, let's go.
I'm gonna die.
No, you're
Oh,
not. You're so healthy. What the hell? The soldier's hacking? How did the soldier do that much damage?
Supporting in T equals 0.
I'm such a shit tank.
I mean, I'm a
such a shit-
pretty shit healer, so.
in there.
Time to save the world. Game on. Hey,
Love Diva.
Diva.
Cheer, cheer, cheer! I'm playing Diva! And I'm Bubblebee Diva.
I am blasting off. 안녕. 죄송. Diving in.
Oh god.
Get off!
Nice, we still got the point. You're doing good over there.
Get off!
Oh, I wonder if he'll take your ult. If the cat will take your ult.
Huh?
The cat should try and take your ult when you get it.
Charging.
Ow. Oh, ooh, 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 ooh.
어림없지.
I got you.
Step rider.
Ooh,
Oh
help.
no! Fly back, fly back! Yes! Oh my god, and the. Let's go, jump him! Go on, get the soldier. Chase him.
P farming pays
screen!
Nice.
Kato!
Oh, they haven't got time.
Someone's behind me.
Oh,
Get off my swamp! It's dangerous, the person. Leave me alone, you alien! Whoa! Jesus Christ, woman! Got it, because she's from Mars, so she's an alien. No,
we did it.
my joke.
1-1.
God. I was
The
so locked
person
in.
I become when I'm on tank, let me tell you, chat. Hi,
Mm.
Kato. Hi, my baby. Wait, where's Kato? Thank you for the banana collector. I love you.
Winnable, winnable, winnable. GG. Winnable, winnable, winnable. Winnable, winnable, winnable.
Meow, meow,
Winky face.
Should I go deep again?
3, 2,
Yes.
1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
But I'm gonna fall in the hole.
Last round. This
And
is
you'll
where
fly
we
out.
And young enemy here.
No! Not a monkey.
They got Farah. Not the monkey. Whoa, did they have a bastion? Oh
I
no.
nearly fell in the hole. I nearly fell in the hole. I nearly fell in the hole. Oh, I'm dead.
No, he's dead.
Oh! 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 Oh my god! Oh, she's following me. Oh, ah! Everyone's
No.
jumping on me. This is too much for my heart. I can't take it.
This
So who counters the monkey?
I got
Diva.
Shut up! Not the whole. Remember
Diva.
what I was like? Who counters Doom? And I was playing Roadhog. Terribly, I got 0 illim.
I mean, I can't play Roadhog though, so that's why I hate Doom so much. Alright, speed boost, let's go.
Oh my god! I nearly fell in a hole.
Wait, where are they?
He's booping me. This
Come outside a hill. Come outside, come outside.
No, I'm getting the Lucio.
Okay, okay. Speed boost.
Don't ask me how I got that.
Is the monkey? There's the monkey.
And young. Nothing gets past me.
Ow.
It's funny because Diva also counters Farah and Bastion.
I think I see the enemy. Yeah! Pocket healer. Come on.
Oh, oh, I'm dead. Oh, I don't know why I did that.
Nerf this.
No!
Enjoy that.
Nice!
Alone!
Diva, back
Get off my
in.
swamp.
My objective.
Where did that?
Speeding up.
Step rider.
Oh, go on, Bob. No! No. Oh,
The fucking
아직 전투 중이라고.
that was not the way that was meant to go.
That was so funny.
Oh my
He
god, I
hasn't
just got
ulted.
blasted.
On the point. Are they for real?
Well, right, I'm dead.
Me too.
Forward, barrier.
Try and live. Try and live.
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's okay.
Oh, I'm dead.
They
That
want your
scared the living-
booty.
Can you res me?
I am Juno.
Okay.
That was only a warm-up.
Sage, res.
Hiya. Sorry. My ultimate is charging.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. Oh, 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 no. No, GG's.
No, we got it to 90.
Team kill.
It was a GG.
They're counting on me.
Sorry for the screams, chat.
Play of the game.
That's my cat. LFG. What did she do? Come on, get him. Get him. Get him. I know that's right. Get him. Get him.
Damn.
Get him. I want anything you wanted. Wait, Conde.
Onde?
For every loss, I open a loot box. We start with this. Cool. Oh my god, I got the donut. Queen anniversary. Okay, these suck. Did we lose the other one? No, we won. Conde.
Onde?
Oh, Conde. Ele deve estar a comer. Oh, sorry, you don't speak Portuguese.
That's right, people. What she said was, wait, I'm just trying to remember what she said. Right, she said, "Oh my god, yes, this game is amazing."
Yes, that's what I said. Are you coming?
Whoa, what question?
Dante,
Right, the
that's
port.
my son. Wait. You need to be patient. This is not how I raised you to be, Dante.
Not how you raised me. I raised you.
Just because you're taller than me, okay? Also, can we talk about those 2 times that you knocked my bathroom lamp because of your fucking
Man.
height?
I felt so bad. I still feel bad.
I still
I'm
can't
not.
put the lampshade back on.
Oh my god.
It's fine. My landlord doesn't care. Twice, yeah. Was it same week or separate instances? To be honest, your
Oh.
roof is very like the roof at Dante's house is quite tall, I would say. And
Are they
his ba-
different?
Yes, Dante. Roofs are different.
No, the ceiling height.
Hi, Conde.
Hello.
Is that your intro thing now?
Yeah.
Nice.
Alright, so we have 3 supports.
We got 3
I can
supports.
DPS. I'll queue DPS and support, and let Faith take.
What song is this?
Kinda no warm up, straight into.
That's me on a regular day, to be
He
honest.
has over 1,000 hours in this game. I think he's fine.
Crazy. Not you outing me like that.
Yeah.
I also have over 1,000 hours.
Yeah, Dante, but you were playing. I don't know what your problem is either. I still don't even
Yep.
have 500 hours, so you know. I
How
have
do you have
300
1,000 hours and you only level 800?
Because of, I think it's because.
Choose your
Skill issue?
Yeah,
Maybe?
let's go with that.
How many hours do I actually have on this game?
Yeah, we're closer to 2,000 now. That is crazy.
I think I need to get a life, guys.
You think?
No, you need to play more Overwatch. Du, 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 du. Right, guys?
That's
Yeah.
the Game of Thrones intro.
No, it's not. Oh my god.
It sounds like it. That you're not going to
choose
play
heroes
Jetpack
to
Cat.
ban.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
And who counts as the cat? Cassidy.
You're not playing Jetpack Cat.
Also, why not? I'm a great cat.
Oh my god, I'm gonna kill
That
myself
way.
tonight. She's not viable. She doesn't have enough healing output.
No, she actually
No,
is.
she does have an. I do think she has
She
enough healing input.
doesn't.
No, she has enough healing input. Her aiming is a bit off. And there is a little lag now with the cat and the flight that needs to be actually fixed.
Y'all not listening to me.
I was actually watching streamers, and before the fuel nerf, they were saying she's S, which surprised me a lot.
See, I need to get you, Dante, into Rina Sawayama.
Oh.
Wow.
Have enough pylons.
Meow. Wait, I can emote.
Woo!
then
This
I
is
don't
like
know what
that time at
happened.
Thor Park.
What is it now? Can we just go to the roller coasters? Let's
No!
go!
No! No!
We'll go to the
Stop
roller
right
coasters.
now! Stop! No! Take me back! This is a
Now we can get pretty close. What the hell?
Okay.
Sorry, game. Sorry, gang.
4,
We're back.
3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Why? is-
They have a Farah and a cat.
Well, I hit the cat
Pick me
once
up,
on Francis.
Please.
Oh gosh.
Oh my god, I'm stuck.
Got one here. Kokoyo. They're attacking me. I see an enemy. Kaiki. Careful, we're outnumbered.
It's just us three. Oh fuck, I missed my wall.
Can
Bye.
you pick up one of us?
Oh,
Pick
Oh.
it up. Never mind.
thank you.
My gift to you.
Nice one. Oh no, Ryan didn't get touch in time. That's so sad.
Stop the payload.
Draw strength from nature.
Ooh. Oh my god, I'm reloading. No, I'm gonna die.
Over here.
No, Zen's 1 HP. Oh, he's still 1 actually.
Give him hell.
Kaiki.
Okay, I could go Anna and yeah. Counter the cat, Farah,
Yeah.
and John.
Should we all just counter Farah?
Oh, of course she ults after I get my fucking Suzu out of the way.
Oh, I almost kept you alive there.
Took out their
Their cat is
I
called
don't give a fuck easily.
Stansum. Like Samsung, but Stansum. I don't know. It's really funny.
Thank you.
Restoring balance.
Oh no, I got hooked in.
Oh,
You need
Done.
healing,
she's
my
dead.
Into the iris.
You have no excuses now. Draw strength
Oh, I'm
from
rusty.
nature. Enemy spotted.
Why are you saying bubble for?
I feel like our diva is very scared.
The checkpoint.
Time to try again.
I've got Chaka Queen chasing
There's no
me.
healer around.
I think she's top.
Jeez, this is a little hard. A little bit difficult.
Hey! Over there! Watch here!
Taking damage.
Let me balance you out.
They're
You're
pushing the
dealing
payload.
too much damage.
Over here. Hello.
Diva went full boosters all the way in. No way.
Feel better?
Love that.
Oh my god. of course. Oh, goodbye.
Hey there!
Fire! What else is new?
Justice reigns from above! Warm inside. I'm with you.
I'm playing like
Bedroom
shit.
Queen has 6,000 damage.
Your carry is here!
Who
They're
counters
pushing the
Queen?
payload.
Cut them off.
Okay.
I don't know.
Diva, does she?
Right? Or is it the other way around?
Draw strength from nature.
Major pad unlocked.
Thank you.
Nano boost administered. Stop the payload. I am unbreakable.
Let the Kitsune guide you. Restore.
Why did I do that? To be honest, I want to swap
It's
the
okay. It's okay, it's okay. I think you're doing okay. Oh, good on Kiri.
Now we're talking.
Yeah, but they have a lot of damage. We get a little bit
Oh.
more. I'm more confident in my damage on Moira. More confident with my heals on Fury. I just need to find.
Tango spotted.
Yeah, he has. So
Dice
this
over.
person you're listening to, that's not Conde. That's his.
Draw strength from nature.
Payload.
Oh no.
Bye.
Get his man out.
Humanity is shackled.
Tactical visor activated.
I hold the key. Payload is approaching its destination.
Bam.
I know.
Justice reigns from above.
No. What did you have for dinner? No, no.
Team kill. Score 0-3. Switching sides.
It's okay, we're an attacking team.
Prepare to attack.
Yeah, I'm going to put my boobs out and then I'm going to distract them.
Oh! As Moira.
Ba, 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 ba. They can't resist an Irish charm for sure.
Nice.
But,
Why not?
Oh my.
Who should I play?
Because. Boobs.
Yeah.
What? I had fries and some hamburger. If I go, can you feed me,
Humanity
please?
is
Because I'm quite
shackled.
jealous.
I hold the key.
I want
I
fries
have
and
not come
a
to
hamburger.
save, but to empower.
Type echo. I'll try anything once.
The fuck is this game, man?
I'll try anything once.
I will never forget
Overwatch.
how I felt in my new home.
I'll try
You're
anything
so smart.
once.
You're
I'll try
gay.
anything once.
I
Okay.
try.
Always wondered what being born in space would do to the human body.
So you'd
do
like to
not
try
like the way
Irish?
You're looking at me.
No.
They wouldn't like to try Irish? That's quite rude.
4, 3, 2,
Can they? Are they listening to me? Can they hear me?
Objective A.
They're like, no.
Remade manifest. Home on shore plate.
They're playing Sigma now.
I offer something more.
Why is our Ram still this far back on the stairs?
I'm telling you, the tank is scared.
Come to me and I will heal you.
Oh, 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 whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hold on.
That's my fault. That's my doing. That's my
Oh,
doing. I'll learn
I got
from
a
my
tank at cast.
lessons.
Join with me. Greetings. The state of
No, I got hit by a direct there.
I'm working.
I will give you shelter. Put them in
You cannot escape me. Take caution. Eyes open now. No mother's kindness. Taking hold of the objective.
Winnable.
Please.
I offer something more. I see a hostile.
Oh,
Tank
my
is one.
frames are dropping.
No.
You're broken. May
into the iris.
No way.
I? A cure for all that ails.
Oh, I'm stuck.
Anna one.
I've got them all
Open
looking back
up.
at me. I'm on the point.
Only
They're all
glimpse
back here.
and myth.
I am capturing the objective.
Help! No!
That's not ideal.
Why is the tank not moving?
Enhancing your vitals.
Duplicating armor.
There's a test subject.
Writing personality. Echo 1 wrong.
Surrender to your mother. Never rely on my generosity. It is
Occupying the
fleeting.
objective. Extra support needed.
I will make no. No. Thank you.
On your knees and beg. On your knees and beg. Good boy. Good
Escort the
boy.
payload.
I do not fight for myself.
Good boy.
Thank you.
That's what get him.
End is within my reach.
The Anna is so one. It's like,
Be nurtured. Meal of wits. Over here. Keep watch.
for the first time, I'm the one with the most kills. Actually, the tank just caught up with me. Never mind. I was happy for a second.
Big stanger lap.
The game showed you wrong.
Eyes open now.
I need to suck something.
Languish and despair.
Whoa. We're in the middle of a game.
Stop me. Just see it.
Oh god.
Oh, Bob!
Yep, goodbye.
No.
Ooh, wow!
Oh, we got trans out. That's nice.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Chad.
Hello there.
Sorry, I'm really like scared today.
A cure for all the tales. Over here. Enhancing your vitals. Be
Too
nurtured.
much.
Oh my
damage.
god, he just runs in.
Taking flight.
Why do I scream so much? I need to stop screaming. It's actually annoying.
No, you need to scream more.
Come to me.
What's up, everyone?
Oh.
I offer something
Teabag.
more. Unassailable pride.
I'm out. I'm out of juice. I'm out of juice.
Such grievous wounds.
You mean out of piss?
No mother's kindness.
I'm gonna do something crazy here.
Duplicating signal.
I like it.
I'm sorry.
Crazy, crazy.
Activating the barrier.
Jade is boy crazy.
Suck something.
This will give us an edge.
He's a good boy.
Mm. You heard no.
Has reached
A
the
cure for all the tales.
Hello.
Hello
Our
there.
payload is coming through. I'll try anything once.
I'll try anything once.
Take caution.
Why is she still?
Surrender to
Oh no!
I'll just try to heal you.
Don't wanna fight the fall.
There's an enemy here.
bothersome.
Oh my god,
Why
this
did
guy,
you delete
what
her
the?
message? What did she say?
Kionish. Pain is inevitable. Hello.
Anna and Sigma flank.
Be nurtured.
Targeting hostile. Dusting off.
Should have listened to you, shouldn't I? What did you delete? Oh,
60 seconds.
I feel like I know.
why?
I'm sorry.
What she deleted.
A sit for the parched.
Reverse the tide.
Ba 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 ba.
That's a Bob.
Yo, got to jump into Bob. Nice.
Mother's kindness.
You're going to need to leave if you can.
Nope.
Scaling up.
Bye.
10 seconds remaining.
Right behind you.
I'm going to rip my hair apart. You back with another milkshake? My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
Fucking Kirk.
No.
Good boy. And they're right.
GG.
It's better than yours, damn right. It's better than yours. I can teach you. Oh my god.
Oh no. My support has dropped so far.
Kondu, can you tell me that story to make me feel better again, please?
Story. What did I make up this time?
About the plat guy. I really hope you
Oh
didn't do
yeah,
that one.
plat 1, but it was placed into silver 1 lobbies, yeah.
I'm just going to take that as I'm in the wrong.
Wait, me too. I ended as plat. Oh well, 5. I'm silver 2.
So why does he keep putting me in silver?
Hey, at least you're better than Dante right now.
You're better than me. Yeah, that's what I mean.
But why does he keep putting me in silver? I know I'm better than
You-
this, but why am I
You
struggling
are
in this
carrying
fucking-
Dante out of silver.
Yes, please.
Well, that's another loot box.
That's another loot box. Damn, this game.
I need you to entertain chat for a second.
Ooh la la.
I too have a milkshake today.
Ooh la la.
It's a chocolate milkshake.
Oh, I'm jealous.
That
Brings all the boys to the yard and like it's better than
I'm
yard
going
and
to. I'm a GPG. Please entertain chat for. Don't leave us with men. They're not men. We'll leave.
Oh, that was my
Better than they
entertainment.
are.
Ah. Well. I also went to Tim Hortons yesterday.
how was
And I
that?
got it was amazing. Some sort of banoffee vanilla drink that was hot. I don't like banana flavoring. So yeah. That was a surprise that I liked it so much. I think well, I don't like bananas,
That's weird.
But
Why not?
I don't know, but I think I'm slowly starting to like banana flavoring, like banana milkshakes.
Banana flavoring is not really doesn't
Exactly.
really taste of banana though.
I know. I don't know why I don't like bananas. I just don't. But I remember not liking bananas longer than I stopped liking like banana milkshake. So I think I'm
so
slowly.
confused. What?
I think I'm slowly in my era of banana flavoring liking again because I've been liking the Muller Corner banana vanilla yogurts lately.
Bananas
I
are
know.
not stringy. What do you mean?
Yeah, I see that.
Stringy
Nah.
banana.
Yeah, I like this. They become stringy somehow.
Like from the peel.
No.
Bananas are like mushy. They're not
Like
stringy.
inside. Ah,
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's from the peel.
oh, Frankie's back. Hi. Wanna join in on banana convo?
So what was happening?
We're talking about bananas.
Yeah, the stringy.
I don't think they are stringy. It's just the thing
What's so
from the
weird that-
peel.
They didn't entertain. Oh, I feel so hurt.
We talked about bananas. What do you mean we did not entertain?
The string. Let's see.
Shit.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. You just need to peel that off.
Zoe's just sent a link to hack you like real quick. Done. Boom.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
I've
but
never
you
seen
just
one that
remove
long
it.
before. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. You
That is
haven't.
nasty. Oh my god.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I can tell you that I have.
You have. You've seen a banana that long. Wow.
Oh,
Okay.
I've seen long bananas. Darling, I've traveled
I've
all
had enough
around the
bananas.
world and everything. I've seen a lot of bananas. I'm going to get one.
Yeah. I don't know why now I stopped liking bananas, but they just can be wrong in so many ways. They could be too hard. They could be too soft.
Dante!
What's the perfect color of a banana for you?
Ah!
Well, Dante wants
it can be
some
like
banana.
extreme-
Pass it on. No, 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 no.
Can be like some people like green banana. Some people more yellow. And then other people like with like the brown / black spots. on it.
Yeah.
Select heroes to battle.
Shrek banana. True. Who are we banning? Oh my god, we have a
I don't
Doomfist
know. I'm too
player.
invested on
Ugh.
this chat now.
I
Right, Domino.
personally,
Domino's really strong. Cassidy sucks, and Zarya. Oh wait, Vendetta. Okay.
I personally don't tend to discriminate bananas. I personally tend to discriminate their owners.
I don't like green
Whoa.
bananas.
You know, if they're like an asshole. So most men, really.
But
That's
banana's
what we were
fucking
talking
asshole.
about.
What?
I like my
Um,
boyfriend's banana. Yes, I'm so happy for you. I sound sarcastic, but I'm genuinely happy for you. All I hope for people that like bananas is for them to find the right banana and to be happy with their banana.
Okay. Okay.
You guys are the ones that took it there.
I'm
still
talking about
fruit.
fucking
Find my own
fruit.
path.
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
think
still
you
talking about
were. You're
fruit.
the gayest among us,
I
by the way.
I was talking about fruit.
You're gayer than me, and mind you, I had a lesbian phase.
You must be fun at parties.
I'll go.
Mom, it was not just a phase.
Yeah, that makes sense. You'd have to be invited first. Hey,
How many people did I offend with that? Come on, tell me.
even if there's someone
He's
better,
not even replying to me. Sorry, sheet. No worries, King.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was a face. It was never just a face. The exclusionary of it was just a phase.
And so,
Restoring balance.
nice.
It's not a phase, Mom.
Oh, their tank.
Want me to
both
ban
do good
them?
swap.
Who?
Scaling up. Under
Who?
my protection.
Me.
No, he's acting like my son should. I act worse than he does. I'm the one that said something offensive. Offensible? Offensive. Oh my god, offensible. What the fuck is wrong with me?
Offensible, yes.
Wow, that's crazy.
No, you're on one.
Got one here.
Okay, I speak
Wait, the
three
Mercy's
languages.
just pushing. What's she on?
I speak 3 languages, please.
Kokoyo.
I speak
Please,
3
sir.
languages, please.
Please, it
Sorry,
says
that
my
was kind of
personality.
rude.
You also speak 3 languages. You're the one that doesn't talk about it. If I were you, I wouldn't shut up about it. You have a whole degree in it.
Hey there.
I actually have 2, but we move.
There you go, and that's my son. I can speak English. You can speak Milky's.
Oi?
Ish. Milky's.
Did he?
Milky's.
I'm with you.
What does the Sekko want? The Sekko wants something from me. Where is she? Oh, dead.
Oh my god, keep running alive, keep running alive.
No, why would he do that?
We're pretty heads up. Keep an eye out. Hi. They're attacking me.
I'm not doing shit.
Kiriko, let's make kids. Huh?
Thanks.
Oh.
No.
Kiriko, let's make kids. Does he know I have a breeding kink?
Oh my god. No.
Adaptive circuit.
That was just not the response I was expecting.
Watch here.
I want to reply to him so bad.
Soothing your head.
How did you know I have a breeding kink?
No.
And that's how she gets chat banned, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, don't worry, Frankie, you're doing great.
Thanks. Well, I'm not shy of it. Why would I be?
You have to TP?
Nope. Oh, I am now.
大丈夫? Come to me. Heads up.
An enemy.
Watch here.
Oh, I'm dead.
30 seconds remaining.
No, you're not.
My ultimate is ready. Join me. Enemy spotted.
Symmetra? Ugh.
Restoring balance.
This is a team diff.
I'm not even doing shit, to be honest.
I'm a
Oh,
couple more damage than
Queenie.
you.
That is so fair. They didn't even reply to me.
No, I got 20 damage less than you.
Did they reply to me? They didn't. Who said
Stay in your
that?
place.
Mats17.
0 to 0.
Wait, possibly bad message.
Sides.
No.
GG team did. Wow. Okay, I don't have a breathing kink anymore.
Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
He
Well, this
hasn't
Juno's
replied
gonna
to me. I
poke
thought my
you.
joke was quite funny. They were terrified. Stop.
Oh my god, he
sorry.
apologized.
Okay, but
Well.
can we still have the kids?
I'll find my own path.
Someone's sweating. If you
You're
are rude, should I call you Sir Wilhelm?
God forbid.
Yes! Finally, someone who understands!
Oh! Read her right now. I'm not
They say work
into
smarter, not
voyeurism.
harder,
I'm
but Why
sorry.
not do both?
We want to see. Oh my god, they're worst.
I'll protect your friends.
Tell me. I'm gay, so junker
I need healing.
5,
queen.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Oh!
I jumped into a trap.
The payload.
Bring the heat.
I am the Junker Queen.
Carried on the wind.
Let's increase our pace.
Enemy turret ahead.
Addressing your injuries.
I need some help. Enemy spotted.
Oh, we need that turret one.
Oh, that's over.
You get the turret.
Yep, inside. I've been saying this for half an hour.
Payload is approaching its
Right
destination.
get to you. Moving the payload.
I can help you.
Enemy here. Like a gentle rain.
Victory.
Easy.
We didn't see, guys. No, not at all.
Play of the game.
Of course. Well played. Enjoy.
Yippee, I win.
Why is there an ad already?
There they go.
The time's gone so fast because you're having fun.
Being bred.
Being bred. Yep. That's right.
I love how we won this, but I did not get out of the motion protection.
What?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
I went from 30-something% to motion protection to 43% to motion protection.
Oh, sorry, Pookie.
We're from silver 2
Who
to
read that
silver
like
1.
that? Like what?
Oh, yippee, I win. Me?
Stan! Hi, Stan! How you doing? Let's get that bread, girlies. Who says we were talking about bread, the bread? We were talking about this chat log. So, I'm doing really well as Kiriko. My tank, Kiriko, let's make kids. Their team, LMAO. Me, how did you know I have a breeding kink?
Came out of nowhere.
How did he know?
Yeah.
How did he know?
A map.
We were not talking about bread, the food. We were talking about that. I'm having the time of my life, Stan. Let me tell you, that was the craziest com game I ever had. And mind you, I've had some crazy things happening in this game that led me to being chat banned for a while. How are you, Stan? How's your life going? It's so lovely to see you. Thank you for your banana. Holly, how have you been? I miss you. How about you? I'm now a Kiriko main. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Don't perceive me. Why would I not perceive a beautiful woman? That is also my wife. Why would I not do that? Too funny not to. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Core. I hope you're having a lovely time. It does get crazy sometimes. Oh well, we do again. All right, thank you. Have you been working on much music? Is work going okay? I hope it is. I hope you're so good, Dolce. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm having fun with my friends. Comp is go. Oh, today for every loss that we lose, I'm opening a loot box because I have like over 20. So there's gacha involved.
So we may need to buy some, guys.
We don't buy loot boxes. What are you talking about?
I'm kidding.
I'll find my own path.
Ew, did you have to buy loot boxes in Overwatch 1?
I'm with you.
Yup.
No, no, you didn't.
You could buy them.
Don't.
You could, but you didn't have to.
No.
They have this coming, so let's give it to them.
Okay, but we're also forgetting that Dante is a chronicle liar.
Whoa, when do I ever
He
lie?
well, when you were talking about bananas, and when you said you had never seen such a long banana, that's very much a lie, because you're gay.
Right. I mean, being gay doesn't mean I would have to have seen a long banana.
Yeah, but what you
Not-
insinuate is that you had never seen a banana that long, which you know it's not true. You have seen them.
Trouble's
They have a
here.
bastion. Fuck
Mind
no.
you, Dante, we're just messing.
I know.
Dante has a beautiful
I'm
girlfriend.
not messing.
Kaiki.
Sorry, Chad, I'm locking in. I'm locking in until someone else distracts me and talks about
Bananas.
having their babies. I'm locked in. Until then,
Under my protection.
What a save. You really are so good at
We'll need someone with fire in their blood.
I can't see. Is it Solas? It's Dad. Oh, the way I could be bred by them. Oh, I would love to have a baby dragon. I would love to have a baby dragon. For those that haven't played Dragon the Veil Guard, Tash
Resurrection.
is half a dragon. What are they? They're half a dragon. Can't remember. I need to replay Veilguard. If people are lying, telling you it's a bad game, it's not.
No.
Careful. We're outnumbered.
Is it the best Dragon Age game? No.
Is it second best?
No. It's the worst Dragon
Oh.
Age game.
Is it the
Mind
first
you, Dragon
best?
Age 2 exists. Look, I love Dragon Age for all its flaws, okay? It was just a misfortune that it got...
I'm with you.
BioWare got bought by...
Come here. Keep an eye out.
by EA.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
Oh, go on, Conde. Oh, go on. Huge gameplay.
In my belly, you've got a baby in your belly. Little Esme is cooking in your belly. Also, I'm so sorry if I've missed any messages, Chad.
Carried on the
Don't be
wind.
scared to repeat yourself. I should technically be saving my Suzus.
Like a gentle rain. Got one here.
No, why did he wait? He should have just ulted.
Enemy turret ahead. Group up here. I've got you. Yes. Over
Conde,
here.
if I damage boost you, do you like put them on fire faster?
I don't think so.
Powered up. Nice.
I know headshots do.
Soothing your wounds.
I'm isolated. I'm isolated.
Enemy turret ahead.
Someone
Are
behind
you
me.
liking it?
Jack Tyson.
Why would I like being in solitary?
I'm on fire.
Because you're an introvert.
I would think I'm quite an introvert. I wasn't, but I became quite an introvert during COVID. So I didn't have a funny remark to that. It's quite depressing that I'm now an introvert.
0-0.
Because I didn't used to be.
Switching sides.
Do you think you're an introvert? Yeah.
Sorry?
Do you think you're an introvert? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I found a clip of you this morning of you apologizing to the Bob Ross community. I wish I had saved that VOD. I wish I only have like little bits in clips. You could buy them, but you also got... Wait, Stan, you played Overwatch 1. How am I only just finding this out? Mind you, I've met you. Dolce's mind being gay equals small banana.
Got a good feeling. This could be our best mission yet.
Wait, what? I don't get it. It was so good. It was such a fun stream. I don't remember what I said that made me not want to archive the VOD. I had some controversial topics going on that week because I didn't download like 3 VODs that week.
Wanna do both?
Mind you, I think I streamed 3 times that week. So that's like 0 out of 3. But it was funny. And it went on the anniversary TikTok, on the affiliate-versary TikTok. You were just losing your mind. It was so funny. Made things even funnier, to be honest.
Konnichiwa. Kira kira beam. Enemy over here. Watashi ga mamoru. Let's do it fast. They're targeting me. I have the objective. Sorry about that.
Oh my god. I'm not risking it, am I?
What's up?
Oh, I'm dying. Can you heal me? Oh, I'm gonna die.
Sorry.
Are we going back? Yeah.
Humanity is shackled. I hold the key. I offer something more.
What the fuck is damaging her?
Thanks for having my back.
They take the Farah. Or tank fashion above us.
Enemy turret ahead.
A cure for all the
Nice one, you're good.
I must recharge. Hold on. No wound is
Tank Barney?
Yippee! 2 games.
No loot boxes. No loot boxes.
No loot
being
boxes.
opened.
No loot box challenge.
Oh, that my duo!
Let's go. I like the green skin. Oh my god, the biggest ult. The biggest
was
E.
crazy.
Wow.
W dub. W dub.
W dub.
W dub. Oh my
Oh,
god, I'm
no,
finally
don't die.
Kiriko Silver! Oh my god, I'm finally Kiriko Silver! Oh my god!
Let's
my
go.
SR! Woohoo! Why is my Moira so low? Oh, fuck this shit.
You're not good at sucking.
Not the pause.
I don't need to prove myself to you.
Oh my god, I just got a legendary loot box. And I missed it.
What do you mean?
Womp womp.
I opened one.
Oh, we're playing boozing.
Oh, you missed
Boozin'
it. You
Susan.
just got it.
No, if I can stop.
Boozin' Susan.
Boozing Susan.
Boozin' Susan. Dante, you're really funny. You should be a Twitch streamer.
You should
Nah,
stream.
don't worry. I got a bestie that Twitch streams. Oh, I'm damage. Whew.
Are you saying
This
that you're
isn't
going to
right.
be a Nepo bestie?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Right, Domina.
I am
Pass.
banning Vendetta.
No, I'm banning you.
Okay, by all means. Who
Domina
counters Ram?
Vendetta.
Ram?
Zarya.
Who counters Ram? Quick. Sorry.
No one. I don't know.
Thank you for the hype.
Nice.
Whenever Aaron puts his hand on my belly too, she goes mad with kicking as if she's trying to get him to go away. And then you'll see, she'll be such what do you call it? She'll She'll be like daddy's daughter. Is that a daddy's baby? I don't know. Baby daddy? No, that's not.
Daddy's
not-
girl?
Daddy's girl. Thank you. Baby daddy. She's
Could
gonna
be a baby daddy. Yep.
Esme, please don't be a baby daddy. Be a husband, okay? Or a partner.
Daddy's girl is here.
Daddy's girl. You owe me. You owe me chow. DWPs on HMRC are on their way.
5, 4, 3, 2,
Time for two.
Humanity
Round
is
one.
shut.
I am trying to
Capture
fall
the
in
objective.
love
Hold the
with you.
key. I'll
You
find
owe
my
me
own
therapy.
Gains us nothing.
Whoa! Whoa! That's really settling on a very harmful. Actually, I'm not gonna finish that because it's actually quite true.
Oh no. Do they have the new guy? They do.
Um.
Frankie just tanked that hook for you.
Good.
Wait, what?
Bye. Can I get some healing, please? Can I get some healing, please? Can I? Can I?
I did heal you!
Oh no.
No.
Oh my god. I got sucked off.
Womp womp. Oh, he changed to May.
That wall was actually so good for me. Not for everyone else.
Already crazy.
What's up?
Oh, that's a good. I mean, bad for us.
Watch here.
I got both supports. It's just him.
No, I missed my Suzu. Because he pulled you.
Why did he do that? It's just him.
Yeah. I think he panic ulted. It's okay, Life
did?
Reaper. We Life Reaper.
I'm here.
Oh my god, he saved my booty.
Really?
On my left, on my left, on my left.
You're all good.
Healing, healing, healing.
I did.
That Moira's DC'd.
Yeah. I hope you have fun down there. I'm dipping.
Push them out. I think we're outnumbered. Now I'm really fired up.
Bye.
Right, I have a big ult.
My ultimate is ready. Carried on the wind. Let the Kitsune guide you. Is it hard on this point or is it just me?
Wasted my ult.
No.
Oh, I'm
Don't worry,
burning
I'll
up.
be right behind you.
My strength will be
Supplying
yours.
damage increase.
Time for spring.
I'm literally just dying on cooldown
That
now.
was my fault. Sorry. I haven't played Mercy in a hot
We
minute.
know.
No.
Yeah, that was kind of my fault because I.
Making a full
go-
recovery.
Best round. Retribution comes!
talk about danger close.
Score 0.
It's okay.
Why can we not
Real
just get
question.
a winning streak?
Yes.
What happened to
Pre-flight
Antarctica?
checklist complete. Running clean and
They got
fixing.
rid of that map.
Singing
They're gonna
doctor.
rework it, but never brought it back.
Dankeschön.
skill enough to serve me. Dance, Carmen. No.
5,
It's one hell of a drug.
round 2. Capture the objective.
I am empowered.
I am here to support.
Why are they copying me?
Still boosting you. Boosting you, Fariha. Over there. Enemy over here.
Can you?
The objective is now
I'm getting point.
Dante, back off.
Oh my god, I got both.
That's an improvement. Aerial positioning underway.
I got the Farret and the Mercy.
I feel like someone is on the right side. Or left side, sorry.
Of course, they got an Ash.
Oh, they changed it. Oh, and they changed off Vendetta.
Can you peek me? Can you peek me, Dante?
Angel at your shoulder.
You're just gonna stay there.
Not to worry. I'll pack heads up. Amplifying your power. Get them off me. There's one.
Oh. I don't know what else to do.
Healthy. Clear the point. Humanity is
No,
shackled.
don't let them take it.
I hold the key.
Establishing aerial position. I see an enemy.
Be nurtured. Repairing your cellular makeup. I'm under attack. Your end is within my reach. Hello there.
Let's go then.
Mending you. Be nourished.
They're playing literally in their spawn just to try and get me from here.
The Roadhog is trying to get me.
Made manifest.
Soldier on
Careful,
point.
careful, Dante! Con, careful.
You will be renewed. Gales of a bull. Receive my aid.
No, the soldier came back from me so far.
Time again to try again. Our coalescence is charging. Hello. My apologies. Oh, Monsieur Grit. Someone needs a hand. Enemy located. Come here.
We could probably just go on point. They're all playing so far.
Repairing your
Okay, they
cellular
changed. They
makeup.
moved.
Sip for the parched. Surrender to your mother.
retribution comes.
Crazy.
Got him.
The point is vulnerable. Let us take it. Big Stangerlat.
What can I say?
This will give us an
Helden
edge.
sterben nicht.
Nice.
Rocket barrage incoming. Picked off. Score 1-1.
The faces I pull when I'm playing calm chat, when I'm like locked in, my chin comes out. It's so
The
funny.
world evolves, and so must
No
we
wonder I got
with
fat
it.
phobic comments.
The grind never stops.
That doesn't justify them. But that's my way of coping. It's laughing
I
about
better
it.
not catch any of you skipping your stretches.
The grind never stops.
My haters.
The grind never stops.
It's so hard.
The grind
5,
never stops.
4,
In it.
3, 2,
In it.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Haters
Thanks for-
gone. Hey.
Thanks for granting me the motivation to lose 22
Time for us
pounds.
to see this through.
And
Damn,
on
that's a
some
lot of
bird.
money. Don't lose it.
Being silly.
People could do a lot with that.
In this economy. You're jumping on the air. I can't kill you. Can we group up?
Cure for keep watch.
Oh, got the ash.
I require assistance. Be cautious.
They hate you because you're hot. That is so true.
The grind never stops. Enhancing your
And
Echo.
mind you should love. This is granted. This is going to be super hypocritical, but I am a firm believer of. Panchito! I am a firm believer of do what I tell you, know what I do, or whatever it go, however it goes.
No, I like your version.
to me.
Do what I tell you, not whatever it
do
goes.
as I say, not as I. What?
Oh my god, thank you.
How does it go?
Do as I say, not as I do.
Thank you.
Keep watch. Reforming. Take caution.
Oh, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna ult.
But at any possible aspect of your life, you should have the courage to live yourself. Like, just be petty. If people that hate you don't want you to hate yourself, just be petty. No, sorry, want you to love yourself, just be petty. And love yourself. You know?
I need some healing.
Where are you?
I'm full.
Dante, can you come back? You're gonna
Never. I got the support though.
adaptive circuits engaged.
Join me.
Ramatra.
Where's my heals? I definitely wasn't in their entire team.
Pocket. 6, 7.
Right.
Oh, I didn't see Nono's Pancho box.
Yep, that sounds about right. Yep, that sounds about right too. A critical ult.
Such a good kill.
We got to 99.
Moragwitch. Group up with me.
Start a riot. I mean,
Repairing your cellular
about
makeup.
what? The 6, 7 riot?
Six,
I want
seven.
nothing to do with that.
Nurtured.
Jeez, they turn on me so quick.
A sip for
They
the
really
touch.
do. I'm not
Right,
sure.
Corner, choose somebody and then we'll go.
I'm out of juice.
I don't know. I really want this Echo dead.
Oh, Vendez won. Nice. Mizuki backline is low. They're all looking at me.
Coalescence is charging. No mother's kindness. You're broken. May I? My power emanates.
We are dead. Well,
Great minds.
Lock in,
always
lock
come to
in.
me.
We're winning this shit. This is winnable. This is winnable.
I'm working. Lending a hand.
I'm not going to lose. I don't want to open a loose box.
Retribution comes.
no.
For something more.
We need to touch. Okay, I've got my ult.
I can touch.
Vendetta.
I'm on point. But I have no way to get out.
Surrender to your mother.
Mizuki's low. He ulted for it. Oh my god.
Fabric of the cosmos.
No.
Made manifest.
More of his one on the left side. No fade. Oh no.
I'm holding point, but not.
Oh my god, you held on for so long.
Anti.
Defeat.
This game is very close. GG.
Beethoven.
Right, who we blaming?
We let him get between us. Yeah, my Mercer's terrible. Oh, loot box. Thank you for reminding me. Oh, shit.
Too late.
Can someone remind me to open,
No.
well, potentially 2 loot boxes, who knows? No, just 1 loot box. Just 1 loot box, chat.
Yeah.
Select your hero.
Gotham needs.
Choose hero
Jetpack Cat. Roadhog. I'm tired of his ass. And Anna.
Ah. Moira.
Frankie, I'm being picked on. Who's picking on you? Who's doing this? Stop picking on Zoe. Whoever picks on Zoe is gonna get time banned. Time banned, time out. Recti and no. Children, behave.
Now arriving at Lijiang Tower.
Okay, Anna.
How did you know I was...
That's what I was thinking.
I love that Tin is just swearing in Portuguese right next to me.
Let me see. Is he still doing that? Can you ask him to do it
No.
again? Can you ask him to do it again, please?
Humanity is shackled.
Wait, give me a
I
second.
don't know if you heard me.
Hold the key.
Can you ask him to do again?
The world evolves, and
Just
so
wait for him to
must
die.
we with it.
Ryan, please. Ryan, please. Stay the fuck alive. Stay alive.
A fine day for charging and hitting things.
Oh my god, I'm buffering. Never mind. Okay, never mind. I heard it.
I can't do this. This fucking widow is.
Never mind. I heard it.
Round 1.
Puta que pariu! Puta que pariu!
Now our
Puta
I
que
can't read the
pariu.
slander in chat. I'm on a comp game slots.
Whoa.
Okay.
Juno throwing.
eyes open now.
Darling, I'm in a comp game.
Guys, hacking.
Enemy located.
They have Doom. I knew we should have
Oh.
banned Doom.
The objective is now active.
Assist me.
Point.
Your resilience is lacking.
Point.
I know.
Point.
I know.
Point.
I know! Do you know
Point,
how to
caralho.
write a point? Consegue
Não,
escrever
Juno-
ponto
Juno
no
died.
papel com uma caneta? Do you know how to do that? I think this game is making us ill.
Your fate is in my grasp. Do not rely on my generosity. It is fleeting.
Stop picking on Zoe! I can't read what's happening!
Cure for all the tales.
Healing.
Healing. Heal.
Grant me an ember from your hearts.
Oh my god, behind us.
Opa, tu também.
Puta da época, não.
For the parched.
Minor perk unlocked.
How many did you go for them?
Zen
Nice.
gone.
Open now.
Mercy isolated. Mercy, never mind.
I need healing, please.
I got you.
I don't know where you are. Oh, you're there.
Shall we go get the echo behind us?
Surrender to your mother.
Wait, where did how did she go?
Fudge. No, bye. I want nothing to do with it.
Nurtured. Let go.
Oh my god, there's fireworks.
Hostile.
Yeah, it's the Lunar New Year, Dante.
Oh my god, that's not sick.
I
Oh,
know.
big MP, let's go.
Crazy.
Misery made manifest.
Scorch the skies!
Into the iris.
Tidak gantian kami.
Repairing
No, you don't. You're fully healed.
a taste
Because you healed me, you healed me.
No shit,
The Echo almost killed
Sherlock.
me.
this area demands attention.
Sorry, this game is actually making me ill.
No! My ult got cancelled. Welcome. Fight, fight, fight. No.
Overtime.
Wait, we got to 99.
The process
This
begins
Juno is
again.
throwing,
99.
man.
I agree.
Sure.
What did you say? Huh?
First one to die.
I nearly just yanked myself off.
I saw.
The weak can fend for them. My ultimate ability is charging.
Oh my god, this is gonna be a big ult from Frankie right here. I can already see it. We're gonna speed boost. Ult it, ult it.
I don't have ult.
Oh,
Do you know how to read?
no. I thought you had ult.
Let us take
Sorry, I'm being mean. This game is making me ill. There's someone
I need
fucking
healing,
behind
please.
me.
You're broken.
I don't have anything.
She got no juice.
Surrender to your mother.
I got juice.
Damn. Frankie's
No,
carrying with almost 7k healing.
Score 1-0.
That's because you're fucking throwing.
The amount of times I've 1v1 the Echo in one.
You're not supposed
You
to
have-
1v1 anyone!
You have two heroes that auto lock on Echo. You are literally a counter to Echo.
Yeah, but she's flanking and going for the back, and then I'm on
And
my
now
own.
you can headshot. So
I'm getting ill. Where's
so
Dwayne?
glad
Dwayne
they
will
made
protect
Juno
me.
headshot
Oh,
again.
I'm sorry, baby.
Man, it's so
What
fun.
did they say? Can I get a summary of what happened? You know you can't time them out
Round 2.
for like 10 seconds when they annoy you.
One win to go. Don't treat this as a cooldown.
Moragwitch. Pain is inevitable. Take the object. Keep watch. Near with.
nope, I tried by
Major pack unlocked.
No, he's if he flanked that quick. Soldier stupid sprint. He's got a mercy pocket. Oh no, Anna died.
Juno did.
Yeah, your shield out.
Oh, everyone's dead. Let me just chill on the bamboos.
I did a number and Rekti did it too. And what number did you do? You snitch on yourself!
Evolution
Zoe,
is
I
one
saw
to
that!
To walk.
Zoe, no, I saw that. You snitch on yourself. What are you talking about? Her tank is throwing, I swear to God.
He's countered against.
Enemy located. Move here. Over here. Help me.
I'm gonna go for that. No, I'm not.
Over here. The weak can fend for themselves.
That soldier's one, man.
Well, I'm not going for it.
No, this Sombra keeps dying. 7 deaths.
Sombra dead. Soldier's
Everything's a
flanking
bit.
again.
Should we go for him? I should come up with you.
Strength becomes mine. Your end is
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
big
die. I'm
slam.
gonna die.
No, I'm with you.
prepare. Hello. Pain is inevitable.
Where's the soldier?
Be
Soldier.
cautious.
No,
Right.
we've 1 HP. Jeez.
Fall back!
A cure for all the tales.
That was a perfect impression.
Where did the soldier go?
He
Back
got
to
away.
its full.
Oh,
Oh,
There's a test subject.
is he gonna beat our Sombra?
yeah.
Your fate is in my grasp. Be nurtured.
Damn.
Surrender
that.
to your mother. Break the chains.
Oh my god, they are.
Celebrate.
Eyes open now.
No time, we're in a
Well, I
comp
think,
game.
On the top, make it drop.
On the top, make it drop. That's the one.
Overwatch comp. Right, guys?
I've dealt with cynics before.
I think we just need to regroup.
Nah, I think we should go as one.
Dante, can you stop peeking? Sorry, Bessie, we're supposed to have fun. I'm being mean. I'm sorry.
You're not being mean.
Yes, I am.
You're being bad. So get better.
I have double the kills you do.
Grant me an ember
Salt.
from your That's much better.
No.
The weak can fend for themselves.
I can maybe touch.
I wanted to get the soldier.
We can touch. We've got one.
50%.
Great minds are always persecuted.
You're not dead up there, right?
The fuck
I'm not
did
yet.
they survive?
Receive my
No.
That's okay. We're in the next.
Correct.
bothersome.
We started going stupid. That's what we started.
Score 1.
I snitched because she snitched first. She said she was being picked on. We did nothing. You snitched first.
Even if there's someone better, shoot to be the best.
Apologies.
No, switched first. Snitched first.
Genial. Otro trabajo aburrido.
Got Lucio here. I'm gonna play on the outside.
Should I go Kiriko or Mora?
3, 2,
Either.
1.
I think they're both good.
That helps. Great, thanks.
Well, this is it.
Help me! I see a hostile. Reforming you.
Shrek bow.
Be nurtured. Take caution.
Soldier, how does he have this aim?
I'm on my way.
I'm actually almost dead. Oh my god.
I can't. This tank is pissing me off.
I cannot heal you yet. Come on, short wits. A cure for all the tales.
Stand behind me, friends.
Watch for red.
My power emanates.
No.
More swimmers and
Oh, my cat is attacking my arm.
ruination is imminent.
Maisie! We are so locked in.
Support there.
Maisie! Which one do you need? You already have the surprise one, right? I know that you and Queenie.
Heads up!
They
How are
will
you,
learn
Macy?
pain,
I love your
only
French.
glimpsed
So
in myth.
cute.
Over there!
Oh yeah, he's chasing you.
Honestly.
Big stanger. There's a test subject.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I need heals. I need heals.
Broken. I need healing. A sip for the parched.
For the Crusaders!
I know the fabric of the cosmos.
Can you stop moaning in my ear? Thank you.
Was that me?
Yep.
We're gonna have 3-4 ults in a second.
No opposition is insurmountable.
I am ready to unleash Coalescence. My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Come on,
Join
guys.
me.
I'm like,
My ultimate is ready.
The weak can
Oh, I'm so
fend
glad
for
I got through that window in
themselves.
time.
Looking toasty.
Oh.
Oh my god, wait, did I get roll? No.
oh,
Just need to
oh.
regroup.
Okay, we got 97. I'm gonna wait to speed boost you, Frankie.
I've dealt with cynics before.
Join with me.
The tank's going in already, man.
No.
That's what I fucking. Oh my god.
Dante,
Look,
don't go in.
man.
Dante, don't go in.
I offer something more. I'm with you. Reforming you.
Right.
Your end is within my reach.
Towards the sky!
Surrender to your mother.
Care to join me? Triple kill.
Ruination is imminent.
I didn't even do nothing.
It's like you should listen to me.
Yippee!
Victory.
Let's go, guys.
Let's go. Only one loot box.
I love being gay.
Play of the game.
Oh, that might do it!
Me? Oh no. I did nothing.
Gay MVP!
Oh wait, it missed my boob.
Ally! Dante, that was the shittiest MVP ever. But you know what?
I punched the Mercy. I punched the Mercy to death. It missed the boob. Oh.
Sorry, that was really mean. I didn't mean to say like that was the shit. I'm so sorry.
No, you're not.
Oh, I owe. No, I'm really sorry because none of you. Things just come out, and you guys are not like that with me. Well, you
Nah,
are
it's
fun.
fine. I'm just shit. Nah.
Oh my god, I got the festive Kiriko
No, you're
skin.
not.
Slay.
Oh, the shop one.
Yeah.
Oh, I opened a legendary by accident.
Wait, festive curry?
Aw.
Oh, you opened a legendary?
Yeah, accidentally.
What did you get? Oh. Oh. Oh, you got you got Simon Cowell Tracer.
Oh my
What?
god, that's actually so accurate.
Simon
what?
Cowell, where he wears his like his trousers so high up, his yeah.
Okay, do not mind what I googled to get this, but I googled Simon Cowell full body. Oh,
Whoa.
this is edited, surely.
His face is very much edited, 100%.
All right, okay.
Not on
Wait.
the picture.
Well, he
But-
does have a lot of plastic surgery.
Yes.
Undeniably so. Full body. Sorry,
Full body, damn.
Bugatti. How are you, Maisie? I have the surprise one. I don't know which one I still need, but it hasn't given it to me for ages. I'm sorry, Pookie. I'm sorry, one day I'll get it. I was just protecting us from numbers. Zoe. Guys, stop picking on Zoe. Wait, how many blue... I was supposed to open a normal loot box. Oh my god! It's another legendary. Is it? No, it's not. Excuse me. So I'm going to open a regular loot box because fuck it.
Nice.
I don't even
Here we
play
go.
Brigade.
Gelukkig jaar van de
Oh.
os.
Where is he from? Where is Sigma from?
Sweden?
No.
Pool party.
German?
Sounds like a trap.
Is he Dutch?
Gelukkig jaar van de os.
That's... Any German speakers in chat? Is that German?
Gelukkig jaar van de os.
Oh my god, that's
He's
so
Dutch,
funny.
yeah.
Okay, next one. I'm off tomorrow. What's the date to be? I'm going to bingo tomorrow, chat. I'm
Are
going
you?
to IRL bingo tomorrow. I am so excited. I am.
Damn.
You're gonna become
so
a real
excited.
grandma.
Are you gonna vlog?
No, I don't want to vlog. I'm a little bit terrified.
Get
after
ready with me
recent
for
events.
bingo.
Oh my god,
Get
yeah!
ready with me.
Get ready with me to go to bingo. I wanted to record some VODs, as you guys know. Some things happened that I'm a little bit scared to record a VOD. So I'm not gonna do that, unfortunately. But I would love to one day. Maybe when I go back to TwitchCon. Or any other con.
Outside world is scary.
Yeah, outside of world is scary. Have you
Outside
seen
world is
Bongo
scary.
Bingo? Henry Hoover's Bongo Bingo? I want to go to Bongo Bingo. I'm not going to Bongo Bingo. I am going to a cabaret bingo. Oh my god, you can win Hetty Hoovers. Actually, I have been to a Bongo Bingo before. It was an old friend's birthday. I didn't play bingo though, because I was shit at it. I hated bingo, so I didn't play it. But I have been to a Bongo Bingo. I just didn't play because I thought I hated it at the time. See through your demeanor, baby, I'm a pleaser. I'm a well. Can we ban Roadhog so I don't have to play Anna, please?
I'll play Anna. Domina. Doom.
Farah.
Vendetta.
No, because that's gone second. So take what I'm willing.
It's literally only us that are voting. Anran, no.
Oh no.
She's not even that OP.
She's really
You
not.
get drunk
It's
while
just like
playing.
a
I
fun
did
pick.
get drunk. Okay, no, I went to Bongo Bingo and I remember getting a pack of XL condoms because a friend of mine didn't want them.
well,
Don't know
fuck.
what that means. It's none of my business. I got XL condoms.
So
I
my
also
mate was
did not-
taken.
I also did not
Oh,
get
no,
to
where's
use
Sarah?
them.
I could try Farah, but
did
I
not
like playing
get to
Farah
use
on
them
this
in
map.
chat. I was already
You can go
like,
Farah.
man.
Wait, what am I missing? What conversation is happening right now?
Bongo Bingo!
Something to
I
do
won
with
condoms,
builders.
XL condoms at Bongo Bingo.
You bought them?
No, I won XL
Oh, you
condoms
won.
at Bongo Bingo. I mean, I didn't win. My friend did, and they just gave it to me. Because they didn't need them.
Damn.
Holds the key to understanding.
Ah.
Well, I'm not friends with that person anymore, so it's just like, not by anything. It's just what it is. Yep. XL. I also did not get to use the XL condoms. Let me tell you that right now. In this economy, in this economy, it's a scarcity. Let me tell you right now.
They have a
They have
Bastion.
a Bastion. I'm cooked.
No. You beat Bastion. As soon as he gets out of the turret form, we just like wreck him. Oh my god, there's a Cass on us.
How did I not hear him
He's
coming
so
up?
low.
Got one here.
Frankie just saved my life. Look, you're wrecking him now that he's out of his form.
Like,
Of the world.
I love the song.
Come here. I can heal you. Come to me for keep an eye out.
yeah, sorry. My bad. I should have gone back.
That's okay.
Kaiki.
They're above us.
I'm dead.
What the frick?
Kiriko did.
No compete. No.
Resurrection! Resurrection!
Is it
That's
up?
crazy.
Restoring.
I wouldn't know. I've got a coil. I wouldn't know. I've got a coil. Which, to be honest, no. Oh, that is so funny.
Dude, that Mega ult so fast.
I've got my ult. Did I do something crazy?
Poor Bastion.
Oh,
Wait,
Oh, they're
shit.
looking at you. No, 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 no.
Didn't they buff Bastion a little bit?
Make trouble. I am trouble.
Yeah.
Enemy spotted.
When the sun sets.
oh my god. Oh my god.
It's
Bye.
I can't. I don't have a watch, so I can actually confirm to you if it's high noon or not. Sorry.
Oh my
about
god,
that.
he tried to get me.
Battle ignites me.
Go on, Conda. No.
He's
literally
so
one.
low.
Got him.
Needs new cheese.
Dante. Dante.
Oh, down it for 8 seconds.
Feels good, huh?
Flying back.
Washed away.
I really want to ult, but the moment I ult, I'll die. There's a window.
Jack Tyson.
60 seconds.
Oh, the Sigma just saved the May.
Don't move.
Dante. Dante,
Was
you're
that
being
extra?
melted. Dante,
Maybe.
you're being melted.
I'm here.
I know. Wow.
Why are you running away from my heels?
Sorry, I really am. I'm scared.
30 seconds remaining.
Oh, it's my.
Oh yeah. Blossom, 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 blossom.
They just switched to
He's
Reaper,
after
they
me.
don't have Blossom.
He's after me. Get his ass. Come on. Mummy is after me.
No, the rest of our team are dying. Ooh. Nice, thank you. Oh, big Kitsune. Oh no, Conda.
I'm okay, I'm okay, I'm okay.
I feel all warm inside.
Behind me, behind
Come on,
me.
Frankie.
Got one here.
GG.
Good job.
It takes skill to avoid active healing. That's you're hearing that.
Exactly. See, she's telling me I'm skilled. You don't get it. I'm that good at dodging. I even dodge Kiriko's
Prepare to
healing. That's pretty good.
select your hero.
I'm still learning at dodging like Life Weaver heals, but I'm getting there, you know.
Zoe,
Just
what
put
is
the
this that you
heal.
sent me? Wait. Oh my god! A bongo bingo! That's not a Henry, that's a Hetty! Isn't it? No, that looked like a Hetty. Or is it a Henry? Yeah,
That's a
that's
Henry.
gonna be me tomorrow.
Music you recommend?
I do kind of. I don't have all of them, but
Jeez.
look.
Never heard of him.
And Kato, when she climbs walls. Okay,
You young people have no culture
Reinhardt.
at all.
I'm gonna pause. Can you hear it? It squishes, cause it's like the shoes are squishy.
Watch me die straight.
Attack.
That is so cool.
Escort the payload.
Mercy one.
Wow, you almost got killed. Go on, let's jump on.
Enemy here.
Mercy gone.
I don't have
Break the
Susan.
wall, mate. Thank you.
Enemy spotted.
The payload is approaching its destination.
Hey, konnichiwa.
Yippee!
Victory.
Let me skateboard.
Listen, as a Life Weaver main, you won't be able to dodge his healing because grabbing. Yeah, but I'll be extra skilled.
I have a small penis. That's no problem. I'm 5'2".
Oh my god.
What is happening with me tonight? Oh, I know why. It's because I'm on my period. I'm on my period, Chad. Not the ads. Wish they had replied.
Wow, you just said that, and then they got straight put into an ad. Now they're just asking questions.
I'll run the ads right now. It's going to start in 40 seconds. Caro, I hope you're resting, my love. You've been so busy with cosplay and everything. Please take a break. Let's go upstate. There's a place I know in a nearby bar. Did you know that Tintin does not like Hamilton?
Huh?
Huh? That's what I said.
What is wrong with him? Sorry, but
He doesn't really like operettas.
damn, I'm not mad. I'm just really mad.
I still haven't
Domina.
seen Hamilton. Dante, you need to fix that.
Yeah, I've been trying. Our watch list is bazungas.
Who counters Monkey?
Crazy.
Quick.
Everyone.
Reaper.
Close now. Through the Brigitte in low
Brig.
elo.
That's such a weird one.
Brig in low elo. Oh, not a plat 5. Fucks me.
Wait, who's plat 5? Our team.
yes.
Yay. Oh my god, that means we're getting to plat 5, guys.
Sure. You are. You've been there.
We're getting there.
Welcome
Oh my
back,
God, they
Romans,
let the cat
everyone.
through.
Just in time for the game. I ran them just like 40 seconds earlier, so you wouldn't see them. Dante, you know how Diana and I forced you to see Camp Rock and Twilight? You need to force. You need to get you and your girlfriend
I'll find my own path.
West End tickets, and you need to take her to see Womilton.
Womilton. Yep. You
Womilton.
heard, guys. Womilton. Not like for the womps. For the womps. Womilton.
I'll never be one more time.
Alexander Wombleton.
His
My
name was
name is
Alexander
Alexander
Wombleton.
Wombleton.
Can we get a quote, please? Please, can we get a quote?
Right, lock in.
Wombleton. Okay.
Oh, sniper. Let's go, Condor. And a tracer. Nice.
They're attacking me.
Oh, the message won. Wait, life proof is low.
Let me balance you out.
I call that
Thanks.
guerrilla warfare. All right, time to push.
I'm here.
Mercy is solo.
Enemies, time to fight.
Oh my god, the reload is forever.
Over there. Over there.
Good job, everyone. Let's keep going.
Arigato.
Well, this map is very talonified.
What are you talking about?
Look at all the talon signs. Everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
I will assist. I will.
Jeez.
I don't know what that wall was for.
I really
Not
need to
gonna lie.
look into the lore of it. Never really been. It's not.
Right,
that
ready?
I
When
don't
Winston
wanna
goes,
know
let's go,
about
let's go.
it.
They changed to Bastion. Oh god.
Bye.
Ugh. Nice, we got the pilot.
Purified.
I'm gonna go.
My gift to you.
Can we get out of here?
Time to push.
His name is Alexander Wombleton.
Wobbleton. Maisie, how's your night going, darling?
Hey. Like a gentle
This
rain.
Bastion is dead.
I'm completely warmed up.
Break the pedal.
I feel
No, who died?
That's okay, I didn't have to, so I thought I did.
Here it is.
I'm Sorry. No, I was nowhere to be
It's fine,
seen.
it's fine, just keep doing it.
Go, go, go! Run, run, run!
I
I
would
like
love a
it.
bubble right here.
Approaching the final.
Can't believe you just said ew to Bastion, Dante. He's a bit
Oh
unbearable.
yeah, I'm
I
so
want
sorry. Wow, you're unbearable right now.
Dante, you can't do that.
You just said I'm unbearable.
I said Bastion is a little bit unbearable right now.
Oh. So you talk about me.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
I killed their widow in spawn. Be
Nice.
proud of me.
Do you know what this means?
I might let you make
Next game is
it
gonna be
to
unbearable.
know.
Don't say that.
Feel better?
Sorry for saying the truth.
Wait, what's gonna be unbearable?
The next,
Next
game.
game.
It's no lie that I hate the matchmaking in this game. This helps no one. I'm gonna die.
No, there was a Moira. I'm so sorry.
Make trouble.
Oh my god, it's actually impossible to cap.
You
my
got
God,
the
I'm
Pom
gonna
Pom Purine skin. I love the Pom Pom Purine skin.
Oops.
I couldn't content. They
Moira's
all
with
came
the-
back.
My way.
We must reclaim the robot.
Wait, who got Pom Pom Purin?
No.
No eyes.
On my way.
I'm completely warmed up.
Wait, May, back up.
She has ult.
Almost dead.
Come on, ult. Mate.
Oh my god, I just went crazy healing. We did so good there.
I don't have.
Let me balance you out.
Oh, Frankie, thank god you got out there.
Oh, I don't know if Dante's gonna get out of there. Yes, he is.
Carried on the wind. Ultimate's charging.
I should swap to Moira.
Nice.
No, your Kiri's good.
Got the robot.
Why did he do that?
That got the blood pumping.
That ult could have been that could have been avoided.
Enemy here.
No!
How did you find the Van Gogh experience? You've got a sword throw?
kill
Have you
each
got
other.
anything to take for that, my love?
Approaching the
Oh, how was it? I love the
Uh,
Van Gogh experience. I hope you loved it.
Hey, my ultimate is charging.
Kaz one.
On my way.
We're taking that robot back.
approaching the final destination.
Someone's sweating.
Oh shit. Yep, I got trapped.
Don't you're on
You
your
get
own.
stuck.
Can you hide?
Kokoyo. My gift to you.
Why is it that we can't get the last point?
Because this one is right there.
Major pack unlocked.
This game mode
need
is
to,
meant
like,
to
get
not win.
We need to get a team kill.
Oh, I chose the wrong perk.
Hans
No.
is one. Oh my god, he's gonna die. He's gonna bump. Yes.
Our tank is there.
I'm just killing one and dying, to be honest, right now. So, I don't know
No.
how to feel about that.
Oh my god, he had his ult again, thank god.
I'm going for
Oh, I
Cass.
finally died. That was my first death.
What were you expecting? I think it's tonsillitis. I've been left off paracetamol and ibuprofen and lunch. I'm sorry, baby. I hope you feel better soon, my love. It's not easy.
That wasn't called for.
I'm on fire.
Yeah,
Were you
Meg's been
expecting
so
more
poorly
payments?
lately.
Oh, my paintings, more paintings. Did you see? Did they have the big face with his paintings covering his entire face?
Just needed a dash
Did she
of
just hold on to it?
Approaching the final destination.
It's
Oh, why did I?
Let the Kitsune guide you. They're targeting me. Scorch the sky.
Fuck, you ran away again.
They took the robot from us.
Oh, they're coming. Thank you.
Humanity is
Pull
shackled.
me closer.
I hold the key. The weak can fend for themselves. Join me.
Dude.
Oh no! Random
Not
Panzer
so huge.
headshot.
I offer something more.
We've been on this map for so long.
Such greed. Enemy located. Back in control. Be cautious. I know the fabric of the cosmos.
60 seconds remaining.
I see a hostile. There's a test subject.
I need help. Can you please help?
No.
A taste
No, you're
of
good.
Poison. Enemy located.
Behind me, behind me. Oh, of course they swapped to Reaper.
It's
Again? Already?
30 seconds remaining.
We can win this. Winnable, winnable, winnable.
Much my
have
ultimate ability
77.
is charging.
Five.
Join me.
We're running out of time.
Come
Let's
here
hurry.
for healing.
10 seconds.
Are they gonna come through here? I wonder.
Oh,
No, they're gonna go point.
We could just flank them.
Overtime.
I want him to look back.
Get them away from the robot.
What is it now? Your end is
We got Kazi. It's 2 against 1. Oh shit.
Let's go, Cass.
No way he got me.
We got you, dumb source.
We're not losing this.
How-
Come on, guys. Look in.
Of course not.
Major pack unlocked.
eyes open. I'm sorry. Surrender to your mother. Gales from above.
Scorch the sky.
Big.
I love. I'm
Yeah. Oh, it's fine. It's just a tank left. And then Cassidy should be able to touch. But don't move the barrier.
Nah. Nice.
Did he say he probably stayed in spawn, I'm not gonna lie.
GG.
GG's. Do you guys have a couple more in you? I just need to go to the toilet.
Yep.
Play of the
Yeah.
Oh, fuck this. Oh, no, it's our main.
You can
never mind.
you cannot break a streak if we're winning it. We need to keep going. Toilet break that for later.
I mean, you also said you needed a toilet break.
I went.
Oh.
You finished your
while we were
module!
queuing for
Well
the
done,
next game,
Maisie!
I
I'm
went.
so proud of you! Well done! Claps in chat for Maisie.
Clap, 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 clap.
The one I went to was in a planetarium, and you lay down in the chairs and watch his artwork come to life. I also had that in mind, and it was filled
cool.
with quotes from his letters to his brother, and he told the story of his life through his artwork and stuff. It was really beautiful, but I had the misinformed idea in my head of what it was going to be. So I do believe some change. The one in Amsterdam is huge. Whenever they do it in Amsterdam, it's like huge, huge, huge. Which kind of makes sense. Also because there's a Van Gogh museum right by it, but they don't do the exhibition. I don't think so regularly. Yeah, I do remember that part. The one I had to go to Bristol. Mine was quite smallish. Did you have the VR? Whilst I get that, I'm really sorry. I really need to go to the toilet. I'll be right back.
GPG.
Please entertain chat.
Cool. Well,
So bananas.
that's what I was thinking. You know, continuing conversation from earlier, as well as the weird stripy bit on bananas, I also feel that weird way about oranges, like all the white stuff.
But that's fine though.
Oh my.
No, I don't know. It just does weird things to me. I'm like having
Oranges
to peel
and
it off.
bananas. Oranges and bananas do weird things for you.
Yeah,
Interesting statement.
I don't like the texture. The white stuff. The white stuff's texture. Yeah, it's not for me.
I love oranges.
Oh.
Yeah,
You're just picky.
the texture, the flavor's nice, and the juice is great. But that
The
crappy
white stuff.
stringy bit, not for me.
What other fruits are there? What do you think of kiwis?
I don't have them enough, but I like them.
Did you know you can actually eat the peel of the kiwi?
Ugh.
Yeah, it's actually edible. I find it a bit weird, but it is edible. Never
I feel like I
tried
would
it.
try it. I would try it. You hate
Would
kiwi? No way. Don't
Kiwi
you
is
like
nice.
the bitty
I
orange
like
juice?
the tingly.
I do like the bitty orange juice. Yeah. People also eat like the orange on, sorry, the peel on orange.
Nah, that's too much for me.
Yeah. So you're fussy for no reason then. Yeah, you already knew this. Yeah.
But I feel like the bits on orange juice is different
Oh,
from the
fuck.
white stuff, though.
Yeah. Could you imagine? They made like an orange juice with the white
stuff.
peely bit, the white stuff.
White stuff, orange juice.
Yeah. Wow.
You
Well,
know,
we're
we
making
should
ideas
talk
here.
to some brands, yeah.
Yeah.
Brand deals right here.
I'm already
You make it,
liking
I
the
sell it
idea.
kind of situation.
Hmm.
You know, there's this shampoo brand, Cantu. I wish they did
Oh.
like hand soap because it smells so fucking nice. If they had a formula of hand soap, I would actually buy it.
What Cantu?
Yeah.
I've not heard of it.
Yeah, hand soap. Like, because it's a it's hair products. They do hair products for curly hair.
Oh, I see it. I know
smells
Cantu.
amazing.
Yeah. If they did,
Smells of peaches. I don't understand what you mean. It smells of coconut.
is this?
Coconut and mango is literally their formula.
I have the yummiest smelling hand soap.
I love peaches.
Yeah, peaches, peaches.
Okay,
I've been craving peaches. Might have to go to the supermarket. You live very
Oh,
close
your
to one.
hand soap. I thought you meant Cantu smelled like peaches. I'm like, Miss Matt. I think you know buying.
Go to the supermarket. Treat yourself with some hand soap. No, some peaches. Oh god, I'm mixing up conversations.
Do you
I'm
like
not a streamer,
canned
guys.
peaches?
Yes. How else do
I
you get
love
peaches?
canned.
Oh fuck. Oh.
The fruit by itself?
Oh
Not
yeah.
in a fucking can?
I'm
What the
so
fuck do you
stupid.
mean?
No, wait. Yeah, like a peach, like a normal thing. Yeah, I love canned peaches.
Do you like pineapple?
Treat yourself to some hand soap, guys. Not a streamer, just a lover of peaches and bananas.
Oh my god, sorry
Right.
chat, I got distracted. Basically, the women's figure skating is on, and I'm trying to see if Elisa Liu is gonna win. Kaori is not gonna win.
Who?
Oh my god. Kaori Sakamoto. She's retiring after this. Elisa apparently had a really good skating.
I don't want to
and-
eat hand soap. Are you okay? I know. I'm sorry. I'm not a strimmer, guys.
What is happening?
A mediocre lover of bananas and a
What
lover
is
of
happening?
peaches.
Oh my god. Hold up. Where's the fucking charger? Who won?
With a fucking charger, mate.
Who's winning? Who the fuck is going to
between
win?
between oranges and bananas, I think oranges win. Although no, bananas
Kaori
win.
Sakamoto will go
Yeah,
behind
bananas
Elisa
win,
Leo with
for
Ami
sure.
Nakai left to skate, who was first in the short program.
Maybe. Although oranges have a lot going for them.
That's
Orange juice. There's no banana juice.
I really like orange juice.
I don't
really
think
like
Ami Nakai is
oranges,
going to
but I
be-
feel like I would prefer bananas more than oranges. I love grapes as well. I really like grapes.
Grapes.
Oh my
I
god.
still have some.
Triple
the
flips,
weekend.
triple lutz with a triple
M&S
toe
used to
comp,
have the best freaking
triple
grapes
salcho,
ever.
triple loop.
And strawberries as well.
250. Oh my god, Elisa Leo is going to be on a podium. Okay, but who wins?
We're trying to talk about fruit in here, you know?
I'm trying to see who is winning the women's figure skating!
Yeah, streamer. We're trying to stream over here. Right, come on, guys. I love strawberries. Yes, strawberries. But what's worse, eating the orange peel or eating the top of the strawberry?
Ah, Kaori Sakamoto.
I
come
think
on.
orange peel would be worse, at least for me.
Or the banana peel. We need like a tier list.
I feel
Of
like
worst
banana peel would
skins
be
to
good for
eat.
your hair. I don't know why.
It'd be good for
Like
your
if you...
hair.
I don't
Frankie,
know,
we're
if you
talking
like...
about fruit, and I'm talking about figure skating.
There was a figure skating on figure skating question on Wordle the other day on
Was it?
the mini.
Oh, what was it?
Yeah, I can't remember.
I had an acquaintance that used to rice water on her hair. But, you know, it's very good for your hair technically.
Nice.
However, you do need to wash it off because your scalp will literally die.
Wait,
She did not know rice water.
Huh.
So when you wash the rice,
You got
it will
Kato.
collect
Hi,
over water.
Queen! Sorry, I'm currently on the edge of my seat while
She forgot
standing
to
up
wash it
because I'm
off.
trying to find out who's going to be the next
Her hair was
women's figure
dead.
skating Olympic champion. I
Hi,
can't tell if
Jane.
Amy... Is Ami Nakai going to win gold? Or is Elisa going to win gold? A clutch triple axel. She did land a triple axel.
You have peaches. Did you just go and get some, or did you realize you had some?
Watermelons are good, but it really depends though. There's some of them that is just mushy water.
Oh, it might have been
Ah.
watermelon. Watermelon. Someone.
Sorry, chat. Hi, Queen. I have no idea. Hi, Queenie. What about watermelon? Watermelon sugar? Hi.
Someone was saying recently that eating watermelon outside was really good, or something like that.
I love watermelons. They're very refreshing.
Who's
but
going
they
to
need
win
to
the
be
fucking...
sweet.
Why is it taking so long? Sorry, Chad. Sorry, Juos. You can keep
So have you
speaking.
tried cutting grapes in half and sprinkling them with jelly powder before putting them in the freezer?
Jelly?
Tastes like Haribo. That sounds really good.
What the fuck is jelly powder?
I don't know, but I like jelly.
Do you like powder?
Is that a drug question? Are you a cop? um. Well, I'm gonna choose to not answer that. I like jelly.
Is
You
no
know the
one going
jelly
to tell me who's
powder-
the Olympic champion? Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my...
Oh, it's in like
trying, I
the
guess.
flavored jelly powder to make jelly. Cool. That's on the. That's
Jelly crystals. That sounds so good.
that's interesting.
Oh, Kaori is not going to get the gold. This is...
Hear me out. Mango, green mango, with salt and pepper and lemon.
They did... Oh my
juice.
god, are you kidding me?
haven't had mango in so long.
I think Elisa won the gold.
Apple and mango juice. Yes.
Mango and orange juice. Break the
Yes.
class. Compal mango naranja.
Elisa was the Olympic gold champion. Okay,
Love
we
it.
go on. I need to message my
What?
niece though. She loves Elisa Liu.
Do you like Compal, Dulce?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Why?
I was gonna ask you which
Bitch,
one
you
is your
tried.
favorite flavor.
Elisa ganhou as Olimpíadas. That's crazy. That's actually crazy.
Select your hero.
Sorry, chat. I am so back.
That's crazy. Right, we're so back. Are we locked in? Oh, this person wants to play Domina. That's scary. And Sojourn. Ugh. I hate those picks. They're really strong. I hate going against
She
them.
never looked at me that way. Ay, ay,
Ouch.
oh yeah.
There's no really point of
Yeah,
banning
but-
that here, is there?
No.
Zarya.
Yes. The
Vendetta.
third point.
Am I really just gonna ban Cap because of third point?
Yes.
No, I was going to go Mercy. We have a Soj player.
Oh yeah.
Now
That's not good.
entering King's Row.
Luís Brizo. Paul, Luís Brizo. Oh, none of our tank or DPS are placed yet.
I am.
Conda's
And
played.
our tank is level 1.
I told you not to stop the key.
I'll find my own path.
Right, it's okay.
Stay in sight.
Dulce
and I'll keep you
leche.
safe.
They're a Domina. They're going to be good. Oh my god, who do I play? Wait, who do I play in this game anymore?
Pineapple.
Tu sí que sabes.
Superior
Spanish
firepower is
Spanish
good,
from my...
but superior
No
brain
healer
power is
nearby.
better.
Hey.
Anna?
Dwayne, how are you? I'm so
Hello.
sorry. Chad, I am so sorry. I really wanted to see who was going to win the gold.
I only ever hear horror stories about
Oh, I hope I
slippers.
shouldn't have gone
Everyone-
blue.
You
then.
just finished. I'm in tears. Do you think that Ami was robbed? Because the streets are saying Ami was robbed the gold. But
The
apparently...
streets.
but
The
apparently
streets.
Elisa had a
You've been to
really
the
good...
bathroom.
Ryan.
But apparently Elisa had a really good skate. Did you enjoy it?
They have a
Enemy here.
cat.
Frankie, above you?
Over here.
The cat is one.
Genji, I need to
Nice.
go more.
I should have left as soon as I killed the other one. Not gonna lie.
Attacking me.
That was my bad.
もう大丈夫. I'm over here.
Oh, someone's on point.
I'm over here.
I appreciate the support. Activating defense array.
Our tank better be a fucking... But I don't like Smurf.
Yes, you do if it's you.
No, I don't. It isn't fair. And then my next game
Gone.
can become fucked up.
No, it's okay. Last game we had Smurf.
O Luís Brizo também.
Done playing around.
She deserves... she de-
Moira.
not the goal, but I feel like maybe she deserved the silver. I'm heartbroken for Kaori. Yeah, I saw that. It wasn't her greatest skate.
Objective lost.
I don't know.
Payload.
I think she made a really big mistake in going for her Lutz. We know she has a Flutz. So a Flutz, chat, so it's when you have a really... it's when you call a Lutz a flop.
Watch here.
Because you don't have the best technique. I should have gone more. And Kaori has a terrible Lutz. A Flutz. She has a Flutz. And her most known jump is a... entry level, a really hard entry into a triple loop combo.
That, yeah.
He's
He's all, oh my god, he's gonna buy.
I'm 77. Thank you for the lurk. Go and take your makeup. Go and take your makeup, darling. Sorry, Hoshi, I can't scroll
No, that was-
up through what you said.
Bye-bye.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you'll pay for that one.
Yeah, and Kawari for some reason didn't go with her triple loop combination.
Oh my god, I'm 1
She
HP.
went with a Lutz. No idea
No.
why. I'm trying.
I'm still being grabbed. They all fucking left, man.
One behind you if you need healing. I do have ult. Oh no, we're not gonna get there in time.
Fuck.
No. That came up so quick.
The battle ignites me. Make trouble. I am trouble.
Genji swap.
Thanks.
Good. Because then I
To
don't have to
cast.
swap.
Enemy spotted. Protecting. Got one
You
here.
good there?
Carried on the wind.
He's gonna have slam again.
Yep.
I'm out of the way. Oh, we need a defensive ult. Oh, it was a
Was super cute and she realized she got the bronze. Wait, Ami got the bronze? Oh, can you tell me? Well, I thought she got the. I thought she got the silver.
no.
I hold the key. A sip for the parched, sure niche.
Are you able to tell me the rankings, my love?
I'm healing. Oh, fuck.
This ends now.
Oh. But how did she happen? Because she had a triple axle combo, which I know is not everything.
0
But Kawari and Elisa don't have anything of that going on for them.
sides.
But in my opinion, Ami should have gotten the silver, but I'm not that of an expert.
Prepare to attack.
Todas as partes.
Select your hero.
Perdona.
What did they say?
He's getting
brother-
fucked from all sides.
Who? Wait, yeah. Who's that? The Surge.
I don't think I.
Oh, she got the combo wrong. Okay. What?
They have a
Where
Cassidy
did
though.
Amber place?
Humanity is shackled. I hold the key.
Have you gotten bigger, Aretha?
My dimensions have not changed. Does the javelin make me look taller?
A little. But I still think you're just as
What's
cute as before.
What's up?
That is. Thank
I
you.
need to go up there.
I've read your report on cryogenically preserving severed appendages.
You have to warm me up.
I'd be happy to assist in your research.
No,
Thank you.
thank you. I don't think our methodologies are very aligned.
Come now, Doctor.
Right, we got this
I was
team.
only hoping to lend a
Let's go.
hand.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack.
Man, these Olympics have been so weird. Last Olympics were also so weird. And I know the next Olympics are going to be weird because they're going to be in France. And France has a terrible repertoire
That's crazy.
with ice.
I cannot hear you yet.
Okay, I go Kiriko.
Reforming you. Area denial. Your end is within my reach. My mother's kindness.
Wow, man. I actually hate Sojourn so much.
Oh, I'm 71, man. Monet got 4th. Where did the Russian place? Gosh. I can't believe they let the Russians. And I don't even know why Israel is allowed to compete. Fuck that.
Receive my aid.
There is one female athlete that was
Nope.
that was skating for Russia, and then because Russia got banned, she changed to Israel. If that is not double whammy, I don't know what else is.
Surrender to your mother. Break the chains. A cure for all the tales. No wound is truly mortal.
I'll find my own path.
We need to push him while they have no tank. Oh, never mind.
What's up?
Oh my god. I need to
This
change my
tank
mouse.
is so scared, man.
Now go get him.
Good plan. Good wall.
Israel got last,
Oh, fuck.
as they
I'm being
deserve.
chased.
They don't even deserve to be in there. They're committing war crimes like Russia, man.
Come here. I can
Why is not real not banned from the fucking Olympics? Why are the Russians not banned from the Olympics?
60 seconds remaining.
No, what? Oh, I went for the wall.
Look, if we're going to play politics, and what I'm about to say, detach it from who I am and what my values are. It's just the reality of it. Oh my god. Opa! Hi, Motherfucker! Thank you for the raid! Oh, I'm asleep. Oh, I'm dead. Hi, my loves! Sorry, I was getting a bit heated because of the Olympics. Oh my god, I missed you. How are you doing, darling? Did you have fun? Overwatch drops and bingo luck incoming. Ooh, thank you. Well, this game is not great, personally, but that's
This
fine.
game is not the one.
This game is not the one. We have really good games, though. How are your
We
games,
have.
Dante? No, we
Oh,
can't.
ooh. Oh, that's a level 3 turret. Couldn't touch.
Oh, it's okay.
Fudge.
But they also broke the truce in 2024, but IOC didn't ban them. Do you know what also they did in Sochi 2014? They also made what's her name? Sotnka? Whoever won the gold in women's figure skating. They inflated her fucking points so she could take Yuna Kim's gold medal, and it was proven that the French judges, had been fucking bought by the Russians. That's what they did. And they also invented the fucking team event, ruined every fucking thing. And now the team event is before the individuals event, which ruins everything for the skaters. So if you want me to be honest with you, I don't think they should be in there in the first place because they're committing war crimes. And neither should Israel. Anyway, sorry. Oh, I get banned. Oh, get heated by this fucking sport, man. I got gold for. Oh my god, well done, darling. Look at you go. Look at you. Sorry, I was just yelling at fucking at the Olympics because, you know, well, wait. Loot box. Loot box. Okay, do I stay with Overwatch or do I join Talon? Oh my god, now they're promising the blind fucking.
I went
I went-
Overwatch because it's Jetpack Cat.
Yeah, that's what I did too. Israel was the one who broke the truce in 2024. I don't know. But what I do know is that they're committing war crimes. That's what I know. So why are they in there? I know why. Because they want to take politics out of fucking sport. Anyways, what was I saying? I was going to say, I don't think they could just, well, neither one of them is justified. But one thing that does not get in my mind is Russian's federation is so huge. Israel's federation is not that huge. So I understand they're backed by the fucking US, but it's just a whole sphere of Frankie doesn't understand why Russia and Israel are not banned from the Olympics. And they didn't ban them because it's different from the Russia situation, or at least that's what the IOC said. With the whole Israel apartheid state, in my opinion, is due to... Thank you for the hydrate, Dante. Did I open the blind box? From what I understand, it's because they have Hamas, who are a prescribed group, to use as to pin the blame as to justify the war. So they run with it. Whereas Russia was a direct attack at another country that has it's a completely different state. Like they're instated, you know? But that is the difference. That is not the difference. That is the difference. That is not the difference. Enjoy the walk with Whiskey. I miss Whiskey. Can you take pickies? Always Team Talent because of Emre. That you're so real for that. So yes, they're going to... I'm obviously illegally. You can't just... You can't support Hamas because they are a prescribed group. So I'm trying to tackle this very sensitively because I don't want to say anything that would put me in a spot that I don't belong in, if that makes sense. But they have Hamas to use as a cover-up to justify the fucking war. It's an apartheid state. I get pissed off, man. Sorry, I didn't get pissed off at this sport. It's the figure skating is so fucking corrupt. Which one do I go with? One is offering loot boxes. The other one is offering things. This VOD is getting nuked, isn't it? No, I stand by what I said. I stand by what I said. I don't think I've said anything wrong. I've stated my opinion on the matter. I am not in favor of Israel. I am not in favor of Russia. I think they should be banned from the Olympics. Both of them. I'm not backing down. It is what it is. One just happens to be using a prescribed group as their way to justify a genocide against the Palestinian people. Banned from the Olympics, that's what they should be doing. Wait, who denied? And the other initiated a war against Ukraine. And has killed thousands and thousands of people and has displaced thousands and thousands of people. One can't even begin to comprehend. Both should be banned. So I'm not nuking this VOD. This VOD will go on YouTube. Fuck it. Anyways. We all need a bit of... we needed that after that loss. We needed that after that loss. So are we okay? Duos, are we okay? Did I open the fucking loot box?
No, you didn't. We got 24.
Something that... Oh, that's so cute. But, Hoshi, did you enjoy the show? Was it a good show, at least? Oh, I opened another one. Well, to be honest, that loss was Kansas too, to be honest. Learning to listen up the girl in the land. I have so many loot boxes. This is crazy.
Oh, Sojourn highlights, cool.
I can't wait for them to post it on YouTube. Do you know who I miss? I miss Yuzuru Hanyu. Wait, let me go get my plushie.
Same.
I wonder who got me this plushie. I was
Pretty
the
good
only
card.
one that.
Oh,
Why am
God.
I the only one that's popping my pussy up? Why am I the only one that voted for Circuit Royale?
Select your hero.
Dante got me this plushie of Yuzuru Hanyu with his Pyeongchang free skating routine outfit. Look, it's so pretty. Who do I go?
It's Vagato from earlier.
Select heroes to ban.
Oh, it is. Willpower is something I don't understand.
Domino?
He fell in love and self-restraining.
Has to.
Now it's getting out of hand. He used to be literally obsessed with me. It's very cute. I love him. Yuzuru Hanyu is my favorite skater in the world. I really hope I get to see him skate one day. I got the tickets to the World Championships in Montpellier, so I could go
Select
and
your hero.
watch him skate. But we all know how that went, because that was Worlds.
When I have teammates with no banners, it worries me.
Yeah.
They have no banner?
Yeah, I'm avoiding them already.
Oh, yeah. Vagato, do you remember we had him earlier?
Humanity
Oh, it
is
does?
shackled.
Welcome back, Maisie.
Yeah.
I hold the key.
Did you take your makeup
Hi,
off?
Maisie.
My job to get you
Yeah,
back
so
alive. But
he
stay close to
Yuzuru
me.
Hanyu, he retired
might
like
manage
3
it
weeks
anyway.
after or something like that. When did he retired? In March?
Training. Can't wait to splash in some puddles.
When did Yuzuru Hanyu retire? Was it before or after the World
Push your
Championships in
limits.
2022?
Nothing
know it was
breaks
in
that I
March.
cannot mend. Hello there.
I know it was in March. Guys, if you have never
Um,
watched Yuzuru Hanyu skating,
they have
please
a
go to
Sigma.
yourselves the service.
Greetings.
Sigma balls.
4, 3,
Sorry.
2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Are you guys working tomorrow?
Ruination is imminent.
Who?
You.
Enemy
Me?
located.
I am not.
Maybe not.
Are you on standby?
Come again?
Are you on standby?
No. Reset.
SpongeBob killed me.
Wait, you're dead? No, I'm so sorry.
An enemy.
My essence has reformed.
I'll find
SpongeBob,
my own
yeah.
path.
We killed SpongeBob now.
Hi.
Thank you for avenging me. My skin is not clean. What's your skincare routine like now?
That was so funny.
Ooh, Hoshi, will you be watching the gala? Oh my god, did you see that they invited the Russian initially, but they didn't invite John from Korea? Came fourth? Crazy. I think they quickly rectified that situation, but it was a little bit
What
crazy.
the hell?
Where did the Russian place? Which I don't remember that.
Feels good, huh?
Just you here, Frankie.
I'm saying because I can't remember his name.
What's up?
Stop hiding from my heels. Oh my god, stop hiding from my heels. I swear to
Train
god.
from nature.
Who are you talking to?
Not you, sorry, my tongue.
Thanks for having my
At the top, make it drop.
eye out.
Tactical visor activated.
Why did he not grab on? He could have had such a good ult.
Like selling, huh?
Because they can't see it.
Oh, I'm burning up.
They have no DPS.
Feels good, huh?
Oh my god, please stop being dealt damage. I swear to god.
Make trouble. I am trouble.
LOL, got the Sigma.
Slay. Good.
Oh my god, he ulted it. No way.
Are you kidding me?
Okay, and I got their cat.
died.
Oh no,
I'll
both
probably
sports
be-
died there.
I can't wait to see Misha's panda routine. It's really funny. So basically, the very
From that.
no, pick me, pick me, choose me, love me.
I'm over here.
They're gonna cut Hynun for sure.
60 seconds remaining.
This
Hey.
It's Hanu.
I don't have my Apple Watch is not on. I can't see the time. I apologize.
No, he literally just flew around looking for me. Oh, Kondo, if you can get out.
Done playing around. What's up?
Can you pick me up? Never mind.
30
Never mind. Never mind.
seconds remaining.
Let the kitsune guide you. I'm on fire.
Are you kidding me?
10 seconds remaining.
Let's get back to it.
No, the cat got me.
Come here. Watch here. Scorch the sky.
Oh my god, you can clutch this. Huge. Go on, Kondo.
they fucking switched to ball, man.
Ball for stall.
Arigato.
Oh, they've got a Genji man.
Genji man.
Bolt one.
Restoring balance. Double fire. There, an enemy.
Oh fuck, they have a
Oh my
Tracer.
god, I missed my ult.
Anything healing, please, thank you.
Might get to you.
Dissolution. Receive my
Tactical visor activated.
Warrior one. Ball one.
Mora. Genji, Genji.
Now I'm having fun.
Okay.
That's what I like to see.
Is that a tiny wizard that I see in chat?
Switching sides.
Hi, Kane. How's the games going? Oh, we've been having good games. We had one that was not like the past one was not great.
Damn, I
But
lost
other
it,
than
maybe.
that, I've just been screaming about the Olympics and screaming about how
Imagine
Russia
dying.
and Israel should get banned from the Olympics, whether or not. I was just
Wow.
really passionately screaming about it. Tiny, how are you? Hi, I'm so. What time is it for you? It's like afternoon. Ooh, Akane, what did you have for Dindins? Camp dive. No. Please don't do that. He's a silver player.
I'll find my own path.
I was locked in. I've been locked in. I've been locked in. Are you streaming tomorrow? And Miura? Who's Miura?
Hey Kiriko, do you do a lot of
I've known you for 7 whole years already. Wow, wow, wow.
Thank you for this 8 months. 8 years. Because I've definitely been streaming for 8 years. Oh, Cookie, what are you going to do today? We did some garlic bread. Okay, and you didn't invite me. Okay, I see how it is. This is not about you, Frankie. You'd say, Akane. You'd say. This is not about you, Frankie. I enjoyed my garlic bread.
They have a widow.
Let's get this done.
They do.
Watashi ga tsuiteru.
Did you have anything else?
Over here. Under my protection. I'm with you.
Oh, they would have gone.
Bye.
I can res you.
Reds me.
They're targeting me. What's up? Got one here.
I do need to go more.
I'm gonna dive there with it.
Want your lip service.
Oh,
I'm here.
Ow.
Oh no, SpongeBob the Widow still got me.
SpongeBob the Widow.
Enemy here.
SpongeBob the Widow.
Keep an eye out.
Why is the Winston not jumping
Come
out?
here. I can heal you.
Ow!
Nah. Kira Kira beam.
The beat inside, up in the clouds when you go down.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just on a pillow.
As you should be.
I've just got the Ryan looking at me. GG.
Oh, we play with Vegato and the Darks guy.
Did we play with Darks before?
Yeah, I've endorsed them, so they were playing with the Vegato person.
Oh. I should probably endorse you both.
Brand new character, SpongeBob. Seven when I'm in 8, and then spelling sweet. I can't tell numbers either way. I can't count. I nearly failed maths. So it's like, whatever, really. It's like, whatever. What are you up to today, Tiny? Other than fighting with your wife? Which one of them?
I've probably only got a couple more in me.
What did you say?
I've probably only got a couple more games in me.
Yeah, me too. I didn't have to go into bingo. Unless you guys want to play bingo with me afterwards. Chat, it's going to be an open lobby because it's Roblox. So we might as well just...
Bingo?
Roblox bingo.
Roblox bingo.
Failing at maths or max? Maths. Mathematics. Matematica A. Porque eu tirei economia. I studied economy in college. Sorry, I was at my neighbor door at her Topia to buy something and I just came by. Wait, how does that work? I'll be here all night. I could go Anna.
Select hero bands.
So Kondo, you're gonna say something?
What happened?
You know who I faved?
Anna.
Who counters Hog?
Anna.
Dude.
I'm banning Anna.
Nice, they got a hog. Of Doom.
Junkrat. No, that's okay. Don't worry. No. We had literally little nibbles for dinner, but tomorrow I'll cook chicken breast with Cahoon cream. Oh, I do like a Cahoon cream. Sauce and mush. Oh, do you make chicken? Can it be vegetarian? Then you can share it with me. Are you I'm sorry if I missed your response. Are you streaming tomorrow? Econ Mia, so you are smart. No. I'm just very much... Eu sou do contra. I like doing things that I'm not supposed to do. So in my aptitude test, I've always been more prone to... I've always been better at humanist, like, languages and... Arts not so much, which is hilarious because I have a makeup degree. Even then, I don't think I was
Yeah,
great.
but Sombra.
I like the degree aspect of it, the academic aspect of it, but I think I'm quite solid on makeup. Oh, there's going to be an ad in the middle of the game. I'm sorry. I did humanidade. Yeah, my aptitude test did tell me to go with humanistics, but at the time, I wanted to go with I applied for criminology at Anglia Ruskin actually. And I got a conditional. Ow. I got a conditional offer. And then I had kind of like... Had a bit of a...
Oh, I'm asleep. Help.
I don't know where you are.
I'm 3 right
so
here.
I went
Oh
with
my
what I
God.
really wanted to do at the time, which was makeup. Which, in retrospect, is hilarious because I now kind of work in the area of criminology. Kind of.
Somebody's going to point.
It's a bit
Yeah.
hilarious. I did humanity studies also. Nice. I should have gone with that, to be honest. Maybe that way I would have kept in touch with Spanish. Maybe would have had an opportunity to play to learn French. But no, I went with economics. I wasn't. My average was like I ended with 15 out of 20, which is not a lot. But at the time, I had a best friend that she was very much a big inspiration for me. And now looking back, whatever she did, I kind of follow suit. So that was also that. She studied economics, and she is still one of the smartest people that I know to this day. She is so smart and so accomplished, and I'm so proud of her. And no wonder she is and was and is a big inspiration for me. So there were those two factors as to why I went with economics, but I'm not smart at all.
Bad guys.
I should have gone with humanities. I would have. Oh, yeah. I think either that or arts, because it would have helped me in my degree a lot if I had done arts. But that's okay. All things led me to where I am. And I'm not so shabby, whatever the saying is. I'm not so bad.
Too shabby.
Not too shabby, you know? I'm not so bad. I hate my best friend, but that's that.
Oh!
Ah!
What?
What?
Not me, surely. Surely.
What's up?
They're going up top.
Come here. Heads up.
Or maybe. I missed my jump. Love it. Yep. That sounds about right.
Frankie is in my top 10 smartest native Portuguese speakers I know.
No.
I'm not even that articulate. I don't know what you want about. Fuck Spanish. No, joking. It's class. Yeah, fuck the Spanish. I love the Spanish.
Yeah.
It is. Whenever I'm taking the piss of the Spanish,
We can cut.
believe me, they do the same. Because it's just a classic. It's just a classic. Oh, okay.
Don't be.
Rising from the ashes. I'm with you. Let the kitsune guide you.
Oh man. Okay, we got Nano out.
Draw strength from nature.
I know there was going on.
Hello. Oh, I'm asleep. I'm asleep.
Oh, he used his ult.
30 seconds remaining.
Wait, are we winning it? No way.
Oh, I got us back.
What's up? Hey,
He's been
No,
stolen.
he's being dragged.
I'm here.
Oh, I wasted my Suzu.
Let me balance you out.
10 seconds remaining.
No way.
Step right.
Come to me for heals.
We got jammy as fuck.
Restoring balance.
Score
Good job, guys.
2-0. Switching
Girl, I almost
sides.
said yesterday, there's this vegan shop I've been craving, right? And I was, fuck it, we going, treat myself type shit. But of course, snowstorm. Oh my god, are you okay?
Select your
El Clasico. And had to swerve onto grass when brakes were sliding and car behind me went, oh my god, Tiny! I'm not going to tell you off. I am glad
Yes, she is.
that you're fine. I mean, I don't know. I'm no one to tell Tiny. I do my own crazy shit.
I'll find my own path.
So you wanted me to crash and said, no, I'm wanting you to stay at home. You are asleep forever. That sleep did take a fucking long time, didn't it?
Times they knock me down.
That's adorable. What's adorable? No. No. Are you a uni?
And a big iron on my hip. What more does a man need?
Let's all try to get
Maybe
along.
something to drink.
The grind never stops.
Like high noon. Should I go, Moira?
5, 4,
Actually, no. I want to work on my Curie SR.
1.
I'll find my own path.
True.
Capture objective A.
Keep calm, keep sly.
Find this
Oh,
guy.
Widow.
Like a gentle rain.
Barrier unsuccessful.
Shall we fly to? I'm gonna fly up to her.
Fudge.
Soothing your wounds.
This fucking cat.
No, I got slapped.
Learn that one from you.
I need a doctor.
Then stop moving!
I'm doing fuck all.
I got the Widow.
No.
Minor perk unlocked.
Make trouble.
I got the Emray.
Why me? Why did that rock hit me? There's a fat ass guy sitting right in front of me and he hits me.
Oh my god, what the fuck is wrong with me? I swear to God. This fucking sleep.
Bye.
Que universo sings for me
It's
now.
Univern. It's Univern.
Let the kitsune guide you.
Oopsies. Ouchie. Where's the cat? Where's the cat?
Oh my god, he's up in the air.
Taking the objective. My gift to you.
Yippee. GG.
How
Oh my
you
god, you
talk
got
about your
8k
friends, you know,
healing.
She's very much a pearl. We don't talk so much right now because obviously
Play of the game.
different countries and whatnot. You can kill my cat any day. Isn't it the other way around? You can kill my cat any day. So you're against supporting local businesses. Is that what I fucking said? Is that what I fucking said? I'm being rage baited. Feels weird, man, now. That's just how Tiny and I are married. He's on the other room. He's on the other room. He's just rage baiting me, man. He's laughing. I can hear him laugh from the other room. I love rage baiting Frankie. So, see, here's my thing. If you die, you will permanently be unable to support local businesses. So what would you rather do? Crash because you try to support a local business? Or not crash and support local businesses for the remaining of your life? My ass is in fact giggling. Oh my god, twerk it! Come on, girl, pop it! I need water.
Your hero.
I need water. I don't like this map, man.
You don't like boozing?
Choose hero bands.
No, that's I
Boozing.
don't like Susan.
Boozing.
Ban Mercy. Ban Farah. Ban... Parte-me toda, olha.
Ela parte-me o pescoço. Ela parte-me o pescoço.
What are you
Now
singing?
traveling to the
You don't know
Macarona!
the song?
Macarona. Macarona. That's the same. That's not the same.
Macarona.
Macarona. Hey,
Macaroni?
just go with it. She support my local till I business. Girl, what the fuck are you on about? Mercy, yes, ban Mercy. On this map, yes, ban Mercy. Why are we banning Jetpack Cat?
Why ban Mercy if I'm playing support?
Oh my
You
god.
just don't want me to have fun.
I didn't realize you were queued for support as well.
Yeah.
More field research?
Yes.
Grand.
Yes.
Watch me dance.
Someone call the ambulance.
Get the Mercy Mythic.
I'm working.
Let's go, gang.
Lock in!
1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
Bring the heat. Attack the objective.
Be cautious. Ruination is imminent.
Not that fucking monkey. I can't heal you.
I offer something more. Let go.
Catch you later. The objective is now active.
Who does he think he is?
Enemy
Big
sighted.
Stangerlath.
I will keep you safe.
Preparing your cellular
Or
makeup.
kill Genji.
A cure for all the ails. Need a moment to recharge. I require assistance. What is it now?
I need healing.
No shit!
Receive my aid. I know the fabric of the cosmos.
I'm out of juice, I'm out of juice, I'm out of juice. Don't-
Okay, everyone's getting out of my LOS.
I'm sorry.
Your end is within
Oh my god, I actually can't do anything. Right.
Minor perk unlocked.
Keeping a watchful eye here. Preparing your cellular makeup. That will be all.
Systems hacked.
The weak can fend for themselves.
Can't believe they got it to 58.
I will make use of this.
Ela parte no
Get hook again.
Who sings that?
Giro.
Okay.
A taste of poison.
Coalescence is ready. Advance with me.
Enemy located. Surrender to your mother. Grant me an ember from your hearts.
Double
River.
We have one alt.
Big Stangerlath.
What? Oh, May Icicle.
Surrender to your mother. I love this skin. She's an Irish mother.
Lending a hand.
I have EMP in 5 seconds.
Coalescence is charging.
I'm 14.
My ultimate is almost sharp.
Your end is within my reach.
EMP activated.
Break the chains.
Why am I staring like a fucking bronze player?
Wow,
Pain is inevitable.
great chatter.
Did he shower into the wall?
Yeah, and the wall was already up when he shattered, so it's not like the
Oh.
map blocked it. It was already
Yeah.
there.
Homer watch.
Fend for themselves.
You know who's my homie?
I see a hostile.
Yep, you're fucked.
Don't go
Oh,
into
we're
the
fucked.
ice. Don't go into the ice. How did I survive that? Someone fucking behind me. I need help.
Oh my god, I
Wait,
did
Wait,
not
wait,
hear
my own
you.
point, my own point, my own point, my own point, my...
Grant me an ember from your
Get her ass! Get her ass!
Overtime.
Get that snow woman out of my my fucking swamp.
Get out of my swamp.
One.
Get out of my swamp.
Just a chill
Those
game
were
of
my
Overwatch.
beans.
It's so chill.
Kill game.
It's
yeah.
so... It's Kith. Kith. K-I-T-H. Tiny... Tiny. Tell me you're not going to support any local businesses. Also, no. Did you feel the o sismo? Did you feel the sismo? O sismo? How the fuck do you say? Earthquake.
Earthquake.
No, it's...
Didn't feel the siege move.
É sismo, não é?
5, 4, 3,
É sisuro, Hanyu, Ricky.
round 2. Capture the objective.
That was not very good.
Find my own
tip.
path.
Well, I'm looking at his ass on purpose, so... Did you count the Kane?
They're attacking me. That's us.
The objective
I'm
is
missing a shadow.
Losing control of the objective.
Enemy spotted. What's up? Thanks. Greetings.
It's fine, guys. We've got 4%.
Thank you. 私が守る。Appreciate it. I need some help.
Minor perk unlocked.
もう大丈夫。Yeah. Over here. 私がついてる。I'm capturing the objective.
Make me proud.
Reality bends to my will. Like a gentle rain. Enemy here. Enemy. Constructing my teleporter. Thanks.
Sorry, chat. I'm so locked in. I know this is peak entertainment. It's just Frankie being quiet. Don't you like that entertainment when I'm being quiet, chat? It's like just so peaceful.
I'm on fire.
You can almost even imagine that you're in a yoga session, you know?
Thank you.
And you're like, namaste. Because that's how chilled you guys are. Oops, I'm charging the Zarya. Apologies. Oh, why did I do that?
Enemy spotted.
Oh my god, I'm falling, guys. Guys, I'm. Wait, hey. Oh my god.
Heroes never die.
For the Crusaders!
Restoring balance.
Goodbye, Zarya.
Hi.
It's not taking you back the fuck up.
Oh, well, if he's ulted. This is so stupid.
Carried on the wind.
Unlocked.
I'm getting dead.
That's what I like to see. 私がついてる。We got one here.
Take your shots, Frankie. She's one.
Over here. Enemy here. This might hurt more than usual.
Is it me? Am I the
Am
drama?
I the
don't
drama?
think I'm the drama. Maybe I am. Am I the villain? I don't think I'm the villain. Is it?
Let the kitsune guide you.
No.
No.
I
Grab.
mean, they use 3 ults.
Yeah. Okay.
Them out.
We don't even have any ults. Just die if you can.
No, without killing someone.
Oh, nice.
No BTTV flirt emote.
Around.
Send me the photo and I'll add it to my BTTV. Queenie, I love you.
Kokoyo. Under my ultimate's charging. I see an enemy. I'm on.
How is theirs going so quickly, man? Ours feels like it takes eternity.
Come here. Keep an eye out. Soothing your wounds.
Break wall.
Enemy spotted. You take a lot of damage.
I need help.
I need some help.
Why did I do that?
Carried on the wind.
Stay up, stay up, stay up, stay up, stay up. I'm almost
The
there.
battle ignites me.
Can we focus Zarya? Zarya? Focus her. She's gone. So good. May. So good. Oh. GG.
Ey nara 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 macarona. Ey nara 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 macarona.
Aspen.
Ey nara nara. Aspen?
Aspen?
Aspen? We love you!
Surely not.
On European servers, of course not.
Yeah.
No, Aspen is playing Stadium right now.
Womp womp.
Are we just learning to play Overwatch? Yeah, I was immediately placed on 2 gold. That's how good I am. Mind you, the first time I played comp in this game, I was placed on plat 5. You think I'm kidding? You think I'm kidding? You think I'm kidding? I'm not kidding. You think I'm kidding?
I remember.
She really did fall off. I really did. This was my worst season. I didn't play much comp here. I was playing Stadium a lot.
It's okay.
So Roblox bingo, yeah?
Chat, it's time for Roblox bingo. Dante, do you want to join us?
Okay. Oh, I was on 9 out of 10. I had predicted plat 5 though.
Should we go for
Crazy.
another one?
I don't mind. If we're done there, we can be
I
done.
don't mind it.
What does that mean? Yes or no?
Okay, one more. LG.
Q.
It's LFG, not LG.
No, LG last game.
No, LG,
It's
let's
okay.
go.
No.
Dante, it's okay. You are right. Just let
Yeah,
her
I
be.
was Akane. I
I'm
really
always
did fall
right.
off. Which I don't understand. I don't think... See. I don't like backseating, but if there are any players out there that think I've got faults, this is the time and place now. I'm giving you free will of you do this and this bad. But you have 5 minutes.
Well, basically.
Okay? You have 5 minutes. Actually, no. You have until you find the game. Pop off.
Right. If we have a team that's really fast, don't go Moira, because Moira can't reach anybody. If we have flyers, don't go Moira. And yeah, that's about it.
See,
If they have a
I'm
Genji,
really
go
good
Moira.
player.
If they have Genji, go Moira.
But my
If they have
Moira
a
is
jungle
quite
queen,
adaptable. You can't deny that.
if we have a Pharah, you can't heal her.
Yeah, I know.
If they have a jungle queen, save your Suzu for her ult. That's about
Don't
it.
worry,
We're
let
pretty
Farah
good.
die. That's what's up. How can we
Let
join the server
Farah
on
die.
bingo later?
True. She deserves it anyway.
There are
Okay,
only
never
3
mind.
lobbies on British bingo. It's going to be one of them. I only play British bingo. I like Suravaso.
Yeah.
Keep trying to
I don't
talk
really like Blizzard
to
World.
us when you go in the kitchen and any other. That's because Discord immediately fucking applies suppressors on my microphone and I can't do anything about it. And yell at us when we can't hear you as though you would ever be our. It is your fucking fault though.
Saya player.
Heroes to ban.
I don't know why I just banned DPS. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, you meant for your gameplay? Yeah, for my gameplay.
Any faults you said?
I don't see. I'm sorry. I don't think I'm a silver player, but at the same time, I struggle in the lobbies. So you know, maybe I am a silver
In
player.
all of my time of Overwatch 1, I never got out of silver. I think I got out of there once,
Find my own path.
and that was like season 2.
Yeah, but people were bad at the time, Dante.
Watch your flanks. They might try
Yeah, but I was also bad at the time.
No, you weren't. You've never been bad
I
at
was.
this
I really
I
was.
didn't get out of bronze in Overwatch 1.
Did you not?
I'll see this matter
I think the skill is so gone up in this game. Like,
game. Yeah.
silver seems low, and then you look at the games that you're in, you're like, these players aren't silver.
And it's also
I
the
think
thing.
it's
I
crazy
don't
how high
have the
silver
time
feels.
to- I don't have the time to grind. For when I go, when I start going back.
Limits. All I see is a fool
Uh-huh.
mistaking a
Uh-huh.
body for a gullible mind.
Oh my god, who am I playing? Sombra.
On a fly. Oh, on a flight. Conde, don't. Just tell them you're a flight attendant. Come on, do it.
Under my protection.
On a.
On a flight, not a fly.
No, I think they mean fly.
What you mean? Why would that make sense? On a flight, on an airplane.
That Widow's got 2 kills already.
I don't solo queue Akane, that's the thing. My MMR is fucked, Akane. My MMR is fucked when I tell you the type of players that I get. Look, I'm also in Loilo. We're all in this boat together. Cool. Cool beans. Brain dead. Game sense. No game sense, so, you know.
I'm here. Over here. Like a gentle rain.
For the parched.
Someone take care of that fucking widow.
Over here.
I can hear them on the point.
Enemy turret here.
Pain is inevitable.
Let me balance you out.
Big stanger left.
That Widow is too good, man.
Personne n'échappe à mon regard.
Okay, I learned from that. Careful, we're outnumbered.
We're all
The
just so
Sojourn is
quiet.
chasing me around.
I do why it was so hard to climb. I was hard stuck bronze, but then again, I didn't do comp a lot. Now I'm trying to. You really are, darling. Oh I have a small head. How is she able to hit me?
Over here.
I'm tiny.
A taste of poison.
Enemy spotted.
Surrender to my will.
We need this tank to go dive character, man.
Got one here.
I can't battle the Widow. I'm not good enough at her.
Dude. I don't have anyone that I could possibly help with that widow.
Let's get back to it.
Kiri.
Make trouble.
Oh, no.
I am trouble.
60 seconds.
What do you want about?
Well, the government's in.
I'll read chat in a bit, chat. I'll read you guys in a bit.
I'm here. Let me balance you out. Enemy spotted. Let the Kitsune guide you.
I don't.
Widow? Yes.
Thank you.
I knew Winston would work.
10 seconds.
We're about to
We just needed a dive in there, that's it.
Hmm.
Objective A captured.
Oh,
They just need to work on aim crosshair placement.
Dutch Tyson.
Show me to be really good right now.
Oh my god. I just need to work on aim, crosshair placement, ult usage, hero pool, utility usage, map knowledge, teamwork, baiting, game sense, peeking,
Teamwork?
early round, mid round.
If you don't know
Point
me.
holds, payload.
If you don't annoy me, I
Pushes
don't get pissed
and
off. That's
communication.
as far as my teamwork goes. Don't piss me off. And you won't give me a reason to be toxic. What about that?
Enemy here.
I can also.
EMP activated.
Have we considered that?
Got one here. I'm on fire.
Another
wanna play with
successful
you,
rage
Tane.
bait.
Which is kind of why I wanted to.
This ends now.
I Suzu'd myself.
Personne
Which is
n'échappe
why I
à
was
mon
asking
Oh.
you streaming tomorrow, but don't worry. To be honest, I don't know if I'll be going to the gym either way. And I'm going to Bingo
Time to get
tomorrow.
clever.
Did they swap? I could go Moira now. Actually, should I go Moira?
Yeah, I will dive
No,
the
I
widow.
I can't hire. I can't heal. Oh, but Zen can.
60 seconds remaining. I'm so humanity is
Zen's
shattered.
dead.
I hold the key.
Great, love my life.
A cure for all that ails. This area demands attention. Help to us. There's we must ensure the payload's progress. I require assistance. Kill them all. I offer something more.
I swear they just don't die.
It's okay. Another successful rage raid. Adding that to the counter. Why are you counting?
Progress is seldom won with ease.
10 seconds remaining.
Did you just like to see me pissed off?
Get it moving again. For all that ails.
I can't reach attack.
No.
Sniper enemy turret within my sight.
Just too good, man.
They were just too good.
This lust possesses me, but all the mind that all.
0. Switching sides.
My essence
That's why I
has
banned
reformed.
Sojourn.
Yeah, we've been having really good games, and Dante is like, it's your fault, Dante.
Oh, wait, and I'm what? Huh?
You're
And
predicting
I'm-
really high up. That's why.
No, you can say I'm bad. Oh, just like this guy saying I'm bad. Oh.
I will not leave a broken world behind.
Everyone, stick together. We can do this.
Doggo Torbjorn.
I will see this task
Zayek.
completed.
What?
It's harder to keep you alive.
Well, that is that it's creative. It's creative. What the flip? I'm getting cussed out in the worst way ever.
5,
Thanks, guys.
4, 3,
Damn. Nah, I see what kind of game this is.
Oh,
Huh?
what the hell?
I knew I wasn't doing great, but jeez.
Don't laugh!
Oh, oh, nice. We both got hit on her at the same time.
Get her ass!
Oh, that bank was one.
For the parched.
No, the widow killed me.
I have you.
I didn't know she could see me from there.
No recovery.
They're definitely just like a poke comp. They don't want to peek. They don't want to push, I mean.
They're pushing.
Oh my god, I am fucking stuck! That's fine. Who said that? Why did they say that?
Damn, they were crazy for that though.
I won't give in.
I'll find my own path.
I am so sorry. I'm just a little bit flabbergasted.
I could not believe it.
I'm sorry, Nadine, but like that was crazy.
Sniper, don't get shot.
Damn. Not doing that bad, like, am I?
They're just better.
The
than
team
us.
game. Oh,
But like that's such an insensitive comment to make.
Taste of poison.
Under my protection.
Somber's above
Enemy
us.
spotted. Got one here.
Get her ass.
I did.
Lending a hand.
Arigato.
I see an enemy. Reality bends to my will.
No, I missed my Suzu.
shit.
Enemy spotted. My gift to you. Come here. I can heal you. Heads up. Got one here.
I'm dead. I don't know what I did, but I got these emos. Oh, that one is cute. I think it's because you watched a stream together stream.
My ultimate is charging. Enemy here.
Oh my god. What else are they gonna say? I'm a little bit scared. What just happened? So original. Thanks, guys.
So Roblox bingo.
Dante, you're not bad. Can't stop playing Overwatch. Dante, you're not bad. They practice that. They're such losers that they practice that joke in front of the mirror, okay? They're such losers that they probably try and drop that in every fucking lobby. The joke is so old that it gets old. They're just losers. Their name is literally Trousers. Who names
Oh my God,
themselves
was that
after
you?
Trousers? I get it naming themselves after like a brand of trousers, but the word trousers, you're just a loser. Brother's got a Google Doc with he's got a Google Doc with all this kind of shit, Dante. You're not bad. Do you know who's bad? That person at fucking jokes, because if you're really good at jokes, you don't keep a Google Doc. The Google Doc is your brain. Loot box. Okay, do we open a normal loot box, an epic loot box, or a legendary loot box?
No. Gamble, gamble, gamble. That sounds like all three to me. That sounds like one of all three.
I can't get over that fucking joke. It's so insensitive, man. I'm so sorry. Yeah, he's this loser. His name is Trousers. Are you okay?
I'm okay.
You're okay. All right. Bet it all. No. For every loss, we open a loot box. So we've got one voting for legendary, one voting for epic. I love gambling. Chill your tits.
Let's go legendary because it's the last game.
Okay. Does he have a drum kit? Not too soon.
Yeah. Man.
Is Brigitte lesbian?
Nice work, Sombra. Dude's just about as useful as Anne Frank's drum kit. Like,
I'm trying not to laugh.
like, just,
bad.
yeah,
I'm so sorry.
it's okay.
Why
I
would
got
you
played
say
Gold
that?
on DPS. I'm not bad.
You're not bad. They were just
Gold 1.
better than us.
They're just better.
Easy mode.
This is crazy.
So, Roblox.
So, who's hiding? Maybe she was a great drummer before. Oh my god. Stop.
Yeah. Maybe she was a Gold 1 drummer.
Do you remember when Justin Bieber said that he went to the Anne Frank Museum? Are people being mean? Do I need to beat up? Oh, Dwayne, did you miss the joke? Dwayne, did you miss the joke?
I should have screenshot it.
I'm not well, it's going to be on stream.
Yeah.
Dwayne, did you miss the joke?
I was
Yeah, do you
just
guys-
really bad.
Do you guys remember when Justin Bieber went to the Anne Frank Museum and you can write on a diary that everyone can write and sign, and he wrote I think Anne Frank
Time
would
for
have
another
been
round
a
of
Justin
bingo.
Bieber fan
For this round, it's American Bingo.
if she was still
Eyes
here
down for
today.
a line, then the pattern, and finally a blackout.
Why am I looking at Conan Roblox? Which server are you guys on?
Our
All the sixes. Number 66. On its own. Number 2.
Dante, do you want me to tell Dwayne what happened, or are we not reacting that?
You can tell Dwayne. I'm gonna
5 and 8.
GPG.
Number 58.
Okay, so we were having a hard time
Number 29.
on this last game,
8
and
1.
the widow on the
Number
enemy
81.
team was like really good.
On
really
its own.
good.
Number 4.
And they
2-0.
say
20.
to Dante in alt chat,
7 and 2. Number 72.
I can't remember what they said. Hold
8
up.
and 4. Number
Hold
84.
up. I can't remember what they said. Dante, what did they say? Oh, he won
Number
GPG.
88. Number 72. 7 and
He
3.
won GPG. Oh my god,
Number 72.
shut up. I swear to god. I can't remember what they
4 and 6.
Shut
Dante,
up.
what did they say?
Oh, he won GPG. What did they say? They said, yeah, because Dante was also having a hard time, and the Widowmaker said, "You're as useful as Anne Frank's drum kit." I need you to sit with that for a minute.
7 and 6.
I'm trying,
Number 76.
trying not to laugh, okay?
5 and 9. Number 59.
It's so insensitive.
4-0. 40. 6 and 8. Number 68.
Is Holly? Is that Holly?
4 and 2. Number 42. 4 and 8. Number 48.
Bingo.
You guys are not here.
Any more?
How do I swap server? Oh my god, why are there so many?
Super duper.
Can you check which one you're at, please?
Eyes down for a full house.
I'm honestly speechless.
8
It
and
was
7.
just...
Number 87.
I'm
On its
just...
own. Number
I'm
1.
just a little bit flabbergasted that someone would say that.
Over once. Number 11.
I'm
It was
just-
uncalled for,
Number
and no reason, and I wasn't even doing that bad.
8 and 2. Number 82.
how
Oh,
does
shit.
it come up?
1 and 3.
It was
Number 13.
on Roblox for real.
7 and 5.
No,
Number
Kondu. Which one are you guys at?
On its own. Number 9.
I don't remember my Roblox password.
Number 44. 2 and 5.
Yeah.
25.
It was a lot.
Any others?
It was a lot. I'm so sorry. It's just one of those jokes that you just like, what?
Congratulations.
It was kind of funny though. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna be cancelled. Maybe this one will not go on YouTube after all. Well, I'm gonna go piss, girl. I'll be right back. Car stairs? Okay, car stairs. I'll go in a second. Let me go piss, girl, please. I need a moment. I need to go splash some water on my face.
It's time for some bingo. We're playing British bingo. Eyes down for a row, then 2 rows, and finally a full house. Good luck. Our first number is 10, 10. 3 and 2, number 32. 6 and 8, number 68. 2 and 1, number 21. 6, 60. 6 and 9, number 69. 4 and 1, number 41. On its own, number 7. 3 and 8, number 38. 1 and 7, number 17. 2, 20. 1 and 2, number 12. 8 and 4, number 84. 6 and 5, number 65. 5 and 9, number 59. 50, 50. On its own, number 5. 1 and 4, number 14. 8 and 5, number 85. 7 and 5, number 75.
Sorry, chat. Why are 69 people in the fucking server?
4 and 9, number 49. 6 and 1.
Where my homies at? Oh, I see my homies.
On its own, number 1.
Where my homies at?
3 and
Who
2.
the fuck is Ottawa?
Number 32.
Where y'all at?
Bingo. Anybody else?
Oh, I'm in the lobby, chat. Wait, where are y'all at? What is this? Oh my god, you can buy minis yourself. That is so cute.
Congratulations.
Oh no, that's just the emotes. I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's
the end of the
crazy.
game. More bingo cards.
That is crazy. Okay, I'll add that. TT Floppy. Hi, Floppy. Hello, my baby. How are you doing? Oh, I need to log in. Why am I stuck? Who is this? Where my homies at? Tiny was you were running away from me. I saw a bald man. This is like this man trying to sell me shit. Hi, Tiny Wizard. Oh my god. Come on, let's go sit in a group. Let's go find the others. Where the fuck is the lobby? Oh my god, we're both so tall. Come to the tables. Okay.
The evil seed of what you've done
Hi, no.
germinates within you.
Hello. Oh my god, what is that you've got? Is that a little? Oh my god, it's a little octopus. Look at that.
Time for another
Look
round
at
of bingo.
that. Tiny,
But
come
this time,
sit.
It's British
How are you,
bingo.
Fluffy?
Eyes down for a row.
Can
and
someone
two
pin
rows.
it? Are any of my mods
Finally,
in
a
here?
full house. Good luck. Our
Any
first
of my
number
mods
is
can they pin
5
which
dozen,
server we're in?
number 60.
I'm gonna
Straight
lose
on
it.
through,
Where are
Number
you?
82. Stamp on
You're
the
not
floor,
here.
Number 54.
I'm practicing.
Snakes Alive. Number 55.
Are you kidding me?
Gateway to Heaven. Number 27. Stuck in a Tree. Number 53.
No. Why'd you have a clipper?
Key of the Door. Number 21. Winnie the Pooh. Number 42. Double Hockey Sticks. Number 77.
I'm so lucky.
Stairway
I'm
to
practicing
Heaven,
for tomorrow.
Number 67.
Don't. No. Nono's crying with happiness.
Katie and Kevin. Number 47.
And
Saving
baby,
Grace,
will you
number
really
68.
would you go ahead and just
Tickety Boo.
cry,
Number 62.
crying.
Knock at the Door. Number 4. Around the World. Number 80. Make 'em Wait. Number 58.
They said bet.
6 dozen.
I think she
Number
did that.
72.
Come on, one more.
3 score and 10.
Fuck.
Number 70. One more time. Number 79. Cup of Tea. Number 3.
Come on, one more.
4 dozen. Number 48.
What?
Heinz Varieties. Number
Oh,
57.
no!
Any others?
No! Come on, no. Can we get a cheer in chat for No? Oh, look at that! She's like,
Eyes down for
Shit.
a second row. And then a
well
full
done,
count.
No. I'm totally not jealous.
Staying Alive. Number 85.
85. I'm so jealous, No.
2 Cold Snowmen. Number 88.
6, 7.
Trombones. Number 76.
Okay, I will place a new rule in chat.
One Little Duck.
Whilst we're playing Roblox Bingo, 6, 7 is
Sponge,
allowed in chat.
Number 61.
But only then. Where's Zoe? I need to tell
Man
them that.
Alive.
Tell her that.
Number 5. Super Keen. Number 15. Duck and Die. Number 25. Prime Minister's Den. Number 10. Garden Gate. Number 8. 7
Tiny,
dozen,
Tiny,
number
where the fuck
84.
have you been?
Christmas
You've been
Cake,
lost.
Number 38. Nobilini. Number 33.
Where have you been?
Half a Century. Number 50.
Where has my favorite bald man been?
Kelly's Eye. Number 1. Life Begins. Number 40. 39 More Steps. Number 78.
I wonder what a drag queen bingo
Written
is
from
like.
Abroad, Number 44.
Will they get... I don't know, but I'm
Chicken
excited.
Nuggets, Number 26.
Little mix? Whiskey
Jump and
mix?
Jive, Number 35. Quirky Girl.
How do I complete
number
it?
30.
This
Get Up
is just
and
telling
Run,
me that I got
number
the points.
31.
I need 71. No, actually.
Top of the Shop. Number 90.
It didn't call it.
Full Screen. Number 11.
Did you hear that? It didn't call it.
Number 45.
Or did you not hear it? Because it didn't go off.
Streaming Live. Number 65.
Streaming live.
PC. Number 49. Two Little Ducks. Number 22.
22.
Deck of Cards. Number 52.
You can't say no when it breaks up.
Nearly There. 89.
Come on.
Goodbye Teens, number 19. Zoo Lane, number 64.
Do you guys want me to increase the Spotify sound?
Either Way Up, number 69.
69.
Unlucky for Some, number 13.
I can't seem to get my account back. I can't find
Bessie
it.
was strong. Create a new one.
Brighton Line,
Yeah, I
number
can't bother.
59.
I think I'm already so tired.
That's so fair,
Long
Bestie.
Time No See,
I'm gonna
number
call it there.
43.
Thank you for the games. Sorry
No,
about
thank
the
you
last
for having
one.
me.
Number 24.
No, no,
I
no.
Bingo.
I still find it so funny.
Anybody else?
Again,
for the
no, no.
books.
It made me age verify. Yeah, as you should. Show them, give them your face.
Superb.
Well done, no, no. Look at her go.
Way to go.
Woo!
No, no,
Cocoa
win
Puffs.
twice.
Down for a full
I know. Come on, full
Please.
house.
Slick, number 66. 3 dozen, number 36. Talk to Me, number 63. Time for Fun, number 41. Play for Free, number 23.
Right, thanks for having me, bestie. I'm off.
Love you, Bessie. Have a good night's
the
sleep.
floor.
Don't stay on your
Number
phone.
You too. I'll enjoy the rest of the stream
and
from the
run.
sidelines.
Oh, thank you.
Bingo!
Oh my
Bye-bye.
god, no, no. You got a full house. You got 2 bingos and a full house. That's my girl. I need to aspire to be like you one day.
Congratulations.
I know that's right. No, no, I'm totally not jealous. Look at that. Wait, did you have a bingo or a full
Keep it
house?
playing,
Yeah.
everyone. The next game will start soon.
Damn. Damn. Look, I'll even go on my knees for you. Look, this. You've got 2 bingos and a full house. Pastel markers. Oh, no, don't buy them. I want to spend my own money on that. That's crazy. Where's Gonde? He's awfully sad.
Hello.
Well done. No, I'm very proud of my girl. Should I increase the volume of Spotify? So we can Bing chill. Look at my tulip, it's for you. Where's it? Oh!
It's time for some bingo.
Oh my god, look!
We're playing.
Well, I don't want to.
British bingo.
I've got tulips
Eyes
in my.
down
I
for
love
a row,
tulips.
then 2 rows.
Oh, you flirt! Oh my god, getting me a Roblox tulips. Oh my god, thank you.
Our first number is
Stop.
6 and 9.
69. Oh, you pookie.
8 and 3. Number 83.
Chickata.
5 and 9. Number 59.
Okay, I've got 5
And
cards.
6. Number 86.
We lock in. I get wet at the thought of
7 and
you.
1. Number 71.
Responsible guy.
3 and 8.
Treat
Number 38.
me like we're supposed to do.
1 and 8. Number 18. 1 and 6. Number 16.
This is hard.
8 and 4. Number
What you-
84.
What you want? Oh, I'm really getting old, Chad.
Number 63.
I'm really getting old.
1 and 4.
Ah,
14.
what a privilege it is to grow old. Let
4
me
and
tell you, I love
5.
my gray hairs.
Number 45.
I love the fact that I don't lose my mind
4
that
and
much
1.
anymore.
Number 41.
It's really good sometimes. I only have
7
like a
and
few
4.
panic attacks here and
Number
there. No
74.
biggie. No
2
biggie.
and 8.
Very far.
Number 28.
Am I out to use your phone gets me oh
4
so
and 8.
oh so hard.
Number 48.
I'm like, why am I close to
1 and
alone?
5. Number 15.
I'm like, oh my god.
6 and
Wet
8.
at the thought of
Number
you.
68.
It keeps
80.
teasing me.
5 and 6. Number 56.
No,
8
50.
and 9. Number 89.
It just keeps
4
teasing
and
me. This
3.
is so unfair.
Number 43.
I think this one is being hard for
On its
everyone.
own. Number 1.
Supposed to do.
9-0.
Tears run down
90.
my thighs. Does break.
2 and 1. Number 21.
You. 73. Come on.
60.
Come on.
Number 22.
This is so
6 and
unfair.
1. Number 81.
Ooh, ooh.
6 and 5.
Dante, you got Zoe.
6 and 4. Number 64. On its own. Number 6.
I swear to God.
6 and 7. Number 67.
6, 7.
7 and 8. Number 78.
I still hear your voice when you sleep
2 and
next
6.
to me.
Number 26.
Your touch in my
5 and 1.
dreams.
Number 51.
Forgive me. Oh, I'm being so
For
unlucky.
the 8s. Number 88. 30. 30.
So unlucky.
5 and 8. Number 58. On its own. Number 4. 2 and 4. Number 24. All the 4s. Number 44.
Bingo!
Any others?
How is it going for you guys? Oh, look at my tulip. It's so pretty.
Brilliant.
Well done, No.
Eyes down for a second row and then a full house.
Well done,
On its
No.
own, Number 5. 4 and 7. Number 47.
My castle,
All the
your
threes.
heart
Number
is my
33.
sky. Ah, this is just so good to unwind. My
7
neck
and
hurts.
3. Number 73.
The good and the
4 and
bad
9.
times we've
Number
been
49.
through them all.
3 and 9. Number 39. 7 and 9. Number 79.
I'm
On
so
its own,
unlucky.
Number 3.
What the
1
helly?
and 2. Number 12. 4 and 2. Number 42. 8 and 5. Number 85. 5 and 4. Number 54.
Bingo!
Are you kidding me? How are y'all getting? Oh, no, how are you getting so many bingos?
Super job. Here.
Well done, No. How are you getting so many
Down
bingos?
for a full house.
What the helly?
7 and 5. Number 75.
So
1-0.
jealous. What are you
10.
gonna do with all those points, darling?
5 and 3.
Well done, No.
Number
You
53.
deserve it.
8
And I
and
guess
7.
the color
Number
of my
87.
underwear. You wanna know what
8
I've
and
got
2.
going on down
Number
there?
82.
I need 31 and 2.
6 and 1. Number 61.
Back tattoo. You
7
wanna
and
put
2.
'em in your
Number
mouth, put 'em
72.
all down south. You're gonna tell me shit.
2
That's
and
what
3.
I'm talking
Number
about.
23.
Yeah, put it in your mouth. Put
All the 7s. Number
turn
77.
the shit down. That's what I'm talking about.
All the 6s.
Yeah.
Number 66.
Put it aside, get all up in it.
1 and 3. Number 13. All the 5s. Number 55.
Eat it up for just so
On its
delicious.
own. Number 2.
Oh, 31.
On its own.
31.
Number
31. 31. Give me 31.
1 and 9. Number 19.
Give me
House!
Anybody else? Well done.
Why is this Ottawa always who's one of you is Ottawa? Who's?
Thank you for playing, everyone. The
Who's
next
one of
game
you
is
is Ottawa? One more. Why do I got nothing either. Chat, should we go get a drink? We need to go get a drink. Come on, let's go get a drink. Why are you so tiny? No, come get a drink. No. We've got 40 seconds to go get a drink. Where do we get a drink in this establishment? Where's this? Are these the emotes that you get when celebrating? Not that I ever get any. What the fuck is this? Oh, you can buy pens. I want to buy a pen. I had a pen once. I want that one. Now, how do I equip it? I bought something.
Another round of bingo.
Come on. Oh my god, guys. We didn't buy a drink.
Eyes down for
I'm locking in. I'm locking in.
2 rows. And finally, a full house. Good luck.
This is my last one, chat.
First number is
Oh my god, we need to sit down.
50.
Where are you guys sat
6 and
down?
7.
6, 7.
4 and 6. Number 46.
Who have I become? Oh my god,
10.
everything is purple. I love purple.
90. 90.
90.
20.
Oh, where's Tiny? Tiny! Conde!
3 and 9.
Venham para a mesa.
Number 39. 4 and 8.
Sometimes
Number
I
48.
hold you closer just to know
7 and 2.
you're real.
Number 72. 80. 80.
Davis and my
60.
bow. Tiny, you're all the way up there. No, come on.
1 and 8.
Welcome in, Tiny.
Number
Where's
80.
Conde? Come on,
1
guys. Let's
and
all
6.
gather.
Number 16.
Honey, honey.
8 and 3.
I could be
Number
your
83.
bodyguard. One more.
And 7. Number
No, give me 42.
47. 5 and 1. Number 51.
Give me 42.
All the
42. I don't care about 66. I want a 42.
5 and 4.
Ooh,
Number 54.
honey, honey. Waiting up
5
me
and
bum,
7.
bum, bum.
Number 57.
Shotgun.
On its own. Number 6. 3 and 7. Number 37.
Oh, come on. Give me a 42.
7 and 4. Number 74.
This game is rigged.
6 and 3.
I can't go without a
Number
bingo.
63.
Don't like the way she's
6
looking
and
at
9.
you.
Number 69.
I don't even care about the 69. Just give me 42.
7 and 5. Number 75.
It's rigged.
2 and 5. Number 25.
It's so rigged.
4
They
and 3.
couldn't.
Number 43.
No, I don't want a 43. I want a 42.
On its own. Number 2.
Sometimes I
1
hold
and 9.
you closer
Number 19.
just to know you're real.
On its own. Number 9.
Tell me your problems.
3
I
and
got
4.
you. I'll tell you
Number
how you
34.
feel. Huh. I'll
2 and
show
9.
you
Number
it.
29.
This is so rigged.
2 and 6. Number 26.
Oh,
5 and
honey,
9.
honey.
Number 59.
You could be my bodyguard.
All the 3s. Number 33.
What the frick? A 42.
7
Come
0.
on.
70.
Come on.
All the 7s. Number 77. 1 and 5. Number 15.
Ah.
4 and 5.
Bingo!
Number 45.
Ah.
Anybody else?
By 3 points. This is ridiculous.
Bravo.
I could be your boy. Well done, Malls. Who's Malls?
Eyes down for a second row and then a full house.
Baby, let me be
8 and
your
4. Number 84.
lifeguard. Would you let me ride
5 and 2.
shotgun?
Number 52. 4 0.
Oh my god, I'm
40.
delayed. 52, 52,
6
52.
and 1. Number 61. 1 and 2. Number 12.
Oh my goodness.
2 and 4. Number 24.
Come on, guys, lock in. I lock
and
in!
Number 71. On its own. Number 7. On its own, number 8. 4 and 9, number 49.
See, I don't understand the to go.
And 2,
Is that going to be the
number
same tomorrow
42.
when I'm at the real bingo? Because then I'm not gonna know.
7 and 3, number 73.
How am I gonna know?
7 and 6, number 76.
I just don't get it.
2 and 7, number 27. 8 and 1, number 81. 3 0 30.
Does it mean I have to complete 2 lines on the second round?
Number 11. 2 and 8, number 28. 2 and 1, number 21. 8 and 5, number 85.
Bingo!
Damn.
Anybody else?
No. Gotta try. We gotta look in and try to look at Full House.
Wonderful.
Damn. Molly again.
Eyes down for a full house.
Ugh, what a
8
flop.
and 6, number 86. 3 and
We need
8,
to do one more.
number 38.
I'll think about it. One more.
2
Okay.
and 3, number
Just because you're
26.
here. Otherwise I wouldn't. Because
3
you're
and
here as a
5,
surprise.
number 35.
And I love your surprises.
5 and 8, number 58.
One more, but then I need to read out.
1 and 4, number 14.
I love you guys, but you know, my bedtime. I also love my
All
bedtime.
the 2s, number 22.
22. Come on, open up my luck a little bit.
7 and 8, number 78. All the 4s, number 44. 7 and 9, number 79. 6 and 5, number 65. All the 5s, number 55.
Hella unlucky.
1 and 3, number 13. All the 8s, number 88. 6 and 2,
No, how many have you got? 62.
3 and 1, number 31.
I need a 3.
8 and 2,
Come on.
number 82.
Come on.
On its own, number 3.
Bingo! Bingo!
Any more?
I got a full house, Chad. I got a full house, Chad. That's me. I got a full house.
Well done.
I got a full house. I got a full house. I got a spam that spam last time.
I couldn't figure out how you guys were doing so many at a time, and then I realized they're in rows, bro. They're in rows.
Tiny. Yo, that's British bingo.
hooked, man.
Zoe had to explain that one to me.
Like it's all the single digits in the first, and then it's all the teams, and then all the 2s. I was like, how are you doing 5 boards, bro? I'm cooked. I was stuck on 3. The max
I didn't know either. I was just going all over the place.
I can't do it.
I was just going all over the place. Zoe had to explain to me that the each 10 was grouped. It was in a line. I had to.
Well, I
Zoe had to
figured it
tell me
out
that.
halfway through, so I couldn't open up the other board.
At least you figured it out. I didn't even figure it out on my own. Mind you, at that point, I had already played this game like.
How is she doing it? She's
two-
so
twice.
smart.
I'm not. Zoe had to explain it to me. Also, Kondu meet Tiny. Tiny meet Kondu. Where's Kondu?
Another round of
Oh,
bingo.
Kondu. Vai à mãe, Kondu. Onde é que tu estás?
British bingo.
British
Eyes
bingo.
down.
Touching grass.
All right, I'm locked in. I'm actually
Okay,
gonna
we're locked
freaking
in.
dominate this time.
Good luck.
We're getting all
Oh
5
my god, I
boards,
got
and we're gonna
so many
smash it.
points.
First number is stamp on the
This
floor.
is my last one, though.
Number 54.
Kondu no more.
54.
You
so
think
true.
so? That was the first time I spent money on Roblox.
Number 90.
Actually, no. I bought
Around
things for my
12,
niece and then I had money
number
left
80.
over, so I just bought something for myself.
Get up and run. Number 31.
I do like my outfit. It's
Okay,
very
I've noticed
cute.
there's actually
Number
still a
20.
lot of there's still a lot of numbers to check,
Screen.
even with this
Number
method.
11.
Just
Right
follow
to
the
line.
line.
Number 59.
And the numbers don't repeat
Commit.
themselves across each
Number
card, so you're
26.
fine.
Rise and shine.
Oh, so once I
number
find it in one, I'm
29.
good.
Yeah.
Got it. That actually is so helpful.
39 more steps. Number 78.
But that doesn't happen in real
Half a
life, by the way.
century,
It's
number
only here.
50.
It's fucked up that she says 39 and then a different
Number
number.
38. Halfway there. Number 45. Make 'em wait. Number 58.
Make him
come on.
wait.
Make him wait.
Nobini,
I don't
number
know how to
33.
do that. I'm very easy.
5 dozen. Number 60. Key of the door.
Once I'm
number
attached, I'm
21.
attached, my guy.
21.
Time for tea. Number
Where's Queen?
83.
Bro, time for
Girl,
tea.
you're looking
2 dozen.
crazy. I'm
Number
not
24.
nice at the altar, baby.
24, the
Tricks.
TV series with
Number
Jack Bauer.
46.
Who's that?
It's
Doctor's
an American
Orders.
television show.
Number 9.
I don't watch American
It
shit.
was used to help justify the
Saving
the
Grace,
use
number
of torture
68.
during the Iraq War.
Oh,
Either
yeah.
way up. Number 69.
That's one of the reasons as to why
Nice,
I don't
bro.
watch American
Nice,
stuff.
nice.
but It's
Number
overrated.
41.
Oh,
Duck and
would
Die.
you look at me
Number
now?
25.
Hey, can we get a 6 on the
Queen
board,
bee.
please?
Number 23.
Hey,
That's not
please.
what I asked for.
2 little ducks.
Hey, can we
number
please
22.
get a little
Round
6?
of golf. Number 18.
You're distracting me.
Daily routine. Number 16.
My fault.
Buckle my shoe. Number 32. Between the sticks. Number 86.
I need a 1.
How about we remove the 80 and we just do the
Staying
6 from that?
alive. Number 85.
Or
I forget how
37?
funny you are.
Number 42.
Come on, I need a 1.
I'm actually might be addicted to
No,
bingo.
I need a 4.
Bingo.
Are you think?
Bingo!
Any more?
Fuck! No, I
Bingo,
don't.
bro.
I don't have a
Bingo!
bingo. I don't have a bingo. Who did a bingo? You did a
who do you
bingo?
think? Probably the guy asking for a 6. Probably the guy asking for a 6 who got a 6.
Brilliant.
Well done, Tony!
Guys, that's my first ever
Eyes
bingo.
down for a second row.
I still remember
Okay,
my
lock in, we're
first
going for a
bingo.
clean sweep.
Gateway to heaven. Number 27.
Clean sweep.
Shot spots. Number
Open.
56.
I'ma leave the door open.
Tickety
I'ma
boo.
leave the
Number 62.
door open,
Tickety
girl.
boo.
Knock at the door. Number 4.
Oh, knock at
Ah.
the door. Who could it be? Probably the
in.
number 4.
Number 64.
I think in another life I could
6
be a
dozen.
bingo announcer.
Number 72.
I think you have the voice. I think in this
Katie and
lifetime you
Kevin.
have the voice.
Number 47.
So you might as well go for it.
you said there's still time.
Stop and
There's still
run.
time. You're still
Number
young.
81.
You're younger than me. You've got the time.
1 dozen. Number 12. Snakes alive. Number 55.
Snakes alive.
Jump and
Yup.
jive. Number 35.
Jump and
Shimmer.
jive for sure.
Goodbye teens. Number 19.
Guys,
Goodbye,
when you have
teens.
Tiny around
Number
you, I mean, at least whenever this is when you'll realize that I'm
One
not
more
funny
time.
because
Number
Tiny is around.
79.
I just
Or,
gotta
um,
be saying
Score
shit
and
though
10.
sometimes.
Number 70.
Yeah, you just be kind of saying shit.
Complete row bonus.
Sonic
Sorry.
lines. Number 14.
What
Play
does
for
Sonic
free,
lines
number
mean?
23.
You know, because Sonic is
More than 11.
bzzz,
Number
and then he has
37.
lines like bzzz.
Sorry?
I don't know.
So I think
Huh?
there's a
Lucky
bee
for
in my
some.
room.
Number 13.
Bzzz. Bridgerton?
Complete row
Number
bonus.
The bee from Bridgerton? Have you watched Bridgerton?
Straight on through.
Have I watched
Number
Bridgerton?
82.
Yeah, the newest season.
I've
Oh,
seen
it's
it live.
So
Quirky
good.
Gertie. Number 30.
What do you mean you've seen Bridgerton live?
7
It was a
dozen.
live
Number
dance
84.
adaptation thing. It was like ballroom dance.
Anybody
That's
else?
not what I'm on about. I'm talking about the show.
No! I don't have a bingo.
I don't have a bingo.
Brilliant.
I missed one. I had
Well
a
done,
bingo!
No, celebrate No No.
Full house.
Cheer for No
I'm
No.
trolling.
Talk to
I
me.
literally
Number
had it.
63.
Oh.
Super King. Number 15. Ask for
They're
more.
there. They're
Number
there, my
34.
love.
Bro. Give me a
Long Time No
57.
See.
I used
Number
my one of
43.
my ex's gift cards. You should
One
have
Little Duck.
just extorted
2.
her. How about that?
Britain from abroad. Number 44.
Extorter for
Hey, can I get
Roblox.
a
You know,
57?
39 steps.
you know how
Number
those
39.
telephone scammers call the elderly and ask for gift cards, and then they realize it's not an elderly, it's that guy, that Twitch
think it's
streamer
57 or
that it has
77.
the voice changer.
I don't miss it twice. I don't miss it twice.
You've got a full house that quick.
Bro, and it's literally the board that I had 2 rows on. I would have had the clean sweep if I was locked in. We have to play 8 more rounds.
That was my last one. You can stick it. Well done, Tiny.
Well done.
I can't play bingo alone. I
And
can't
no.
play Roblox bingo by myself. I literally can't.
Tiny, I hate you. Wow, no.
It's so good.
No,
Bro,
come
it's
on, that's my
actually
husband.
so good, though. What the hell?
Why do you think I play it sometimes on stream?
Wait, this is actually, wait, I might be cooked. I might be addicted.
Oh no, Tiny, don't get
Oh,
addicted!
I'm so cooked, bro.
No, Tiny, don't get addicted, Tiny!
How do I leave the game? How do you leave
You
Roblox? I
close the
figured it out.
tab.
It's
You
press
left! He's getting addicted. No, it's been a pleasure,
You said
my
you were
love.
done.
Yeah, I am. No, it's been a pleasure, my love. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
Okay, I'll leave the VC now. I love you. Bye.
Bye. Condito, thank you for joining, my love. Are you okay?
Thank
You've been
you.
awfully quiet.
I'm just tired.
That's true. We had really good games, though.
We did.
Where's my OBS? We had good games.
330 hours. Amateur.
On what?
Overwatch.
Who? Isn't that me?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a lot.
Amateur.
Just because Look. You're the loser, okay? You're the one that has over nearly 3,000 hours in this game. I don't know what you're on about.
Okay, bye.
Love you, bye.
Thank you for the games. Bye bye.
Thank you,
Good night.
GG's. Chat, I can't believe I'll actually get to experience the real thing tomorrow. I'll actually get to experience the real bingo experience tomorrow. Like, I am so excited. And I have a makeup look that I'm gonna try. It's a bit alternative. Oh my god, who is she? I'm back to being 19 and alternative. Where is it? I was going through, because Pop Mart is opening in Cardiff. And then I can visit town, can travel to the city, and go to Pop Mart. And I was going through the announcements. Stop calling me grandma! What you mean Grandma Dolce is here? 12-hour bingo-a-thon when? For my birthday, sure. And then this girl popped up when I was going through Pop Mart announcements. Look at that makeup. I want to recreate that for tomorrow, because it's drag bingo. So, might as well, innit? It's cabaret bingo. We might as well go, like, full on, innit? I'm not gonna bleach my brows, of course. You think that's amazing? You're my grandma now. I thought you was your mother. Am I being inappropriate with chat? I apologize. I'm the addicted one. You're level 23 in Roblox bingo. Is that a lot? When did you start playing it? Was it before or after we started playing on stream? Was I the influencer? No. Sorry. My GILF streamer. Okay. But I'm not a GILF. God, I wish I was hot enough to be a GILF. God, I wish I was hot enough to be a GILF. I only have the 3 white hairs to, like... Why was I logged off Twitch? Pissing me off. Oh my god, I need to go to the Authenticator app. I need to see who's on. Oh my god, it's midnight, chat. What y'all doing in here? It's bedtime. It's bedtime. No, Twitch. Sorry, I got logged off. It's after midnight. I'm feeling kind of freaky, maybe also club lights. What a song. I love that song. Are you sleeping with us? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm not sleeping. Actually, no. Do you know why? I'm going to normalize that question. In the sense of I kick my feet a lot. I've been up since 5 a.m. Go to bed, I'll tuck you into bed. I like you, my love. Who are we rating? I wanna rate Stallion. They're lovely. Cat rated them a couple days ago. And let's rate. They're lovely. I love Stallion. Thank you. Guys, go follow me on my socials. Not that I post on socials, really. Oh my god, but I might be posting a little bit of me tomorrow at bingo, you know? I might. Do you guys want to see my white hairs? Can you guys see my white hairs? Can you guys see them? I'm so proud of them. Look at that. Can you guys see them? Oh my god, I am a gilf. Tiny was right. I am a gilf. Chat, don't worry, Rick. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for being here for the comp games. Thank you so much, Akane and Alpha, for the raid. Thank you so much for the follows. You guys are cuties. Hope to see you everyone soon. I should be on Saturday. She's vintage and expensive. Tiny, please make Dolce do a bingo stream. Just a bingo stream? I should oh my god, wait. Can we snooze? Is there a way to host a bingo? Like we go to con and I host a bingo. Oh, that would be so cool. Maybe one day when I'm, you know, big streamer power, I could host a bingo. Oh, that would be crazy. You should maybe one day. We can dream, chat. We can dream. Wait, is Stallion not playing? Wait.
Don't watch ever get to anyone. Legit.
I think Stallion is... Do you guys want to do double raid? Real quick? Yeah, I think they're ending.
I would love to. Her.
Double raid. I don't think I'll go in
We're
time.
gonna call if you're gonna call to... Oh.
What? Huh?
Yeah,
I'm representing the shit out of everyone in the episode.
double raid. Come on.
Legit.
We'll go quick.
And the thing is, like, on Overwatch...
We go quick.
Or at least... Actually,
don't forget
when I
to
was
join
playing
us for
this
the
one
raid. I love you. Thank you so much for
I'm getting more
everything.
close than
It's
that.
quick. Copy those messages.
That's
It's
not
double
for
raid
reaching
time.
out.
Stay safe. Keep others safe. Another
you
day,
betray-
another bingo
No.
sleigh. I'll see you on Saturday. Bye.
Well, this is triggering because...